find peace in this prison never seemed so long before. What am I searching for? Just a touch of the feeling, the rush of two hearts beating. Why am I left dancing in the rain again, singing my sorrows for what I can't seem to get? Just someplace where I belong. And don't take this from me. I've been fading away, memories are turning to gray. But every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen. It's within my reach, and I'll take it all. I am weathered and broken and weary, but I'm not throwing it all away for something that only fades. Been through the battle, been through the war, but I still can't find what I'm searching for. Just someplace where I belong. And don't take this from me. I've been fading away, memories are turning to gray. But every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen. It's within my reach, and I'll take it all. Just someplace where I belong. I've been fading away, memories are turning to gray. But every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen. It's within my reach, and I'll take it all. I've been fading away, and I'll take it all.
You showed me your mind, just another open door. You showed me I could give back, but you took it all. You spent too long hiding, frozen, always afraid. I'd rather be alone, alone. No more crying from the bedroom, no more empty bottles sipping down with booze. 'Cause nobody can hear you, oh, nobody can hear you. You are a tree falling down in the woods. There ain't no sound 'cause no one's around. Nobody can hear you, nobody can hear you, oh, nobody can hear you. Smoking your cigarette, burning up till there's nothing left. I buried you in my bones. Yeah, you cut me deep, I can't forget. So I gave you up like a drug so high that knocking down. That's why I couldn't stay around. No more crying from the bedroom, no more empty bottles sipping down with booze.
And a good morning and welcome to you. We are coming to you live from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the University of North Carolina, UNC, for the 2025 edition of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We are super stoked to have you with us here on the MultiGP YouTube channel as we get set to present to you live the premier drone racing competition in collegiate competition in that whole area. A bunch of contenders getting set to fly. 53 different pilots have made it to UNC, comprising 12 different teams vying for those individual titles and the school title as well. A lot on the line here at the 2025 CDRC. We are starting our day here just after 9 o'clock in the morning, local time, with the sport class division. These are your qualifiers 32 to 48. A little bit later on here this morning, we'll transition into our Pro Next 16. Qualifiers 17 through 32. And then in just short of 4 hours from now, we'll get into our Elite Top 16, our Pro Top 16, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Let's take a little look at our sport bracket that we're going to run through here this morning. There's a look at our pilots that we're going to be running with. Looks like we do have a TQ for you. That is Chris Cornwell, Virginia Tech, our TQ here in our sport class division. We're going to run a bracket, traditional bracket, as we do at MultiGP races. We're going to start at match number 1, followed by 2, 3, and 4. That's our preliminary round. It's a winner's bracket and redemption bracket situation, as we have done since 2016 at the MultiGP Champs and 2017, the first ever Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Top 2 in each of these matches are going to advance in our winner's bracket. So as we look at match number 1, top 2 in that are going to advance to match number 6, and top 2 in that will advance to match 11, semifinal of the winner's bracket. And then we go to match number 14. That is our final. Now, if you're third or fourth, your journey not done yet, you go down to that redemption bracket. The winners moving on in the winner's bracket, third and fourth in match number 1. Going to go to match number 5 here on the screen, where the top 2 in that, you can only be third or fourth once. The top 2 in that will advance to match number 9, top 2 in that match number 12, and then semifinal of the redemption bracket 13, and then into that final 4. Now, at the first ever Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, our first ever CDRC winner, Envy Astro, Ivan Rodriguez, University of Texas. He was our top qualifier. He went down in the first round, went into that redemption bracket and redeemed himself. Hence why we call it the redemption bracket, and actually finished in our final. So even though you get a third or fourth, you still could be on that top 3 in the podium when it's all said and done. And here in our sport division, when we get to that final, it'll be a one and done race to decide our sport podium here at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Well, I talked about it, 53 individual pilots, 12 teams. Let's take a look at our team ranking after qualifying. And it is an interesting point system, very confusing. So basically, every individual pilot has a qualification time. That's divided by 100. They take that and rank the entire have upwards of 8. Top 3 pilots of individual racing comprise the qualification points. As we get into our brackets, this leaderboard is going to change a fair bit as we advance through the program. And that is because we are going to be working our way up through that bracket and starting to give our bracket overall final positions. And so taking all the points, they divide it up basically based on the top time in qualifying, the bottom time on qualifying, their points, add another 25%, make it an even ranking as we eliminate them going up our ladders. And so you take a look at them points. You're going to take your top 3 in the brackets. May not be the same 3 from qualifying to get the overall team point ranking. Right now, your top qualifiers, Virginia Tech, they have 6 different pilots, and they are at 4.78 points. That is courtesy of Sonic FPV, who is in our top 16. Wykev, who is 5th, and Bean Bastic, who is 2nd. Now, again, that very convoluted point system there. That's 2nd to 5th and a 16th. For the quick math, that's 23. That is where they sit number 1. Now, you only look about 10th and a bit back. Oregon State University, they have 8 pilots, and their top 3, Zeichfire, who's in 9th, Princess J, who is in 8th, and iPiggy, who is in 7th. That has them in 2nd, just a few points back to 9 and 8. That's 17 and 7, 24. So we are only separated by about 1 position in qualifying. That's how close it is. That it's going to change a bunch as we get through our fields here in brackets. And as we commence our sport, those finish points will matter. That tally is going to change. But right now, Virginia Tech, your leaders. Top qualifier, Northeastern University's Pino, and his team is 3rd right now. Let's take a look at the track that we're going to fly here at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. This track designed by the one, the only Hyper, who will join us a little bit later on. It's only 9:11. Flag. Now we can go into the sweeping turn, the back corner. Din Drones over to the dive gate. Now Orca, we're at the midway point, over to T Hobby. Now we got an extended swoopy gate. Yes to drones. Say hello to them. About 3/4 of the way through here, a little ladder up. We got a double pole dancer and a line right there, our checkered line, our finish line. And that is a look at the track here at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Yes, sir. Yes, Guy. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. Things are heating up here at the University in North Carolina. Going to go into our first matchup here of the morning. Number 46 seed overall from Boston University, Hodens. The number 43 seed from the University of Alabama, Killer Music. Number 38 seed overall from the Missouri University of Science and Technology, Cool Coyote. And your highest seed here in match number 1, that is going to be MQXS of the United States Air Force Academy. Going to be spending a bunch of time with the United States Air Force Academy coming up very soon. Big events that we're going to be talking about. And they are staples. They have been at the very from Hodens, just awaiting word from the track that we are set to fly. It looks like we are trying to get a quad bound. There's Killer Music now flipping over. Hodens has video, so it might be Killer Music with the issue. Just trying to get that connection between the pilot's control line and his drone. All the pilots are flying first-person view, FPV. Looks like we're going to swap quads on Killer Music, University of Alabama. If this is your first drone race, maybe you're watching a son, a daughter, grandchild, cousin, uncle, friend competing in their first Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We're stoked to have you. This is drone racing, also known as FPV. And the most important part of that is the video. That is how the pilots command their drone, their craft. They have a real-time downlink from the camera that's in the craft back to their goggles, and we're showing it to you in real time as well to the left of me over there. Those are the FPV feeds, the 4 FPV feeds, downlinks from the drone. And they pilot their craft through our course and flying in what is called acro mode and using 2 sticks on their radio. Left stick is your throttle, up, down, basically, up, down, but basically go fast, go slow. Then there's 4 different commands on that left stick. You also can rudder or yaw left and right. Sounds like our pilots are set to fly. This is match number 1. Top 2 going to the winner's bracket, bottom 2 the redemption bracket. Let's have some fun. Pilots, arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. Off to the races we go. Up and Adam looked like a little bit of a rougher, slower start there for MQXS. He is your high seed in this one, but as he gets through that start-finish gate, looks like he is going to get the whole shot on this one. And things are definitely happening here in our first matchup of the morning. Top two in this first match going to go to match number 6. Bottom two in that redemption bracket, match number 5. And it looks like as soon as we went live here, our connection at the field kind of went south in a hurry. We were trying to connect that. Of course, everything in practice was perfect, but here we are under racing conditions, and things are moving down a little bit, but it's not the worst. Not the worst. We're already on lap number 2. MQXS, your leader still here, top left-hand side of our screen. Already at that midway point of our track. Two down for Hodens. Cool Coyote now running in the number 2 spot. And there is 3 for MQXS. So your high seed in this one had a little bit of a rougher start right off the blocks. But, oh, I said MQXS. I didn't say Hodens. Cool Coyote pulling up seconds. They're going to move into our winners bracket. Now we just have Killer Music and Hodens. There's Hodens finishing up, or getting on to lap number 3, rather. He was going to take another one, and then Killer Music is in 4th. And we're going to go in. We're going to go into a slight holding pattern here to fix some things, and we'll be back with you once we get those official results here after verification.
Showed me your wine, just another open door. You showed
take a breath, hold it tight, trace the memory in every line. Does anyone feel what I feel? I know you're feeling what I feel. Oh, and every word is a piece of me. Every single note, every breath I breathe is a cry out, can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And I know how it feels to be alone. I've been knocked down, dragged to the cold. Sticks and stones never really did hurt me. I signed this life for the world to see. I'm spilling blood out on the page in every song that I have made. Giving all of me, I'm giving all of me. And when I step out on the stage, I sing my love, my fear and rage for you all to see.
Well, we appreciate your patience. We are just about back up to speed. A couple of things happening. We have some connectivity issues as we are doing a lot of, we're doing our production in the cloud, but we lost connection there as we were watching the live stream. You saw it was looking like a slideshow there for a little bit. So one of our hotspots actually fell over. And so we think that was part of the issue. We're connecting a whole bunch of devices to get one big connection, and one of them being a cell phone that walked away from the flight control. And so internet really went down. At the same time, we had some timing issues there. And so right now we're doing a DVR review on site. And just verifying that last race. And once we do that, we'll update our results and we'll get back into our program. First one of the day. We know that a heat happened. Things happened. But what was the result? That is what we're about to find out here momentarily. Definitely won't be one for the highlight reel. We'll fix it up in post. Say hello to those joining us this morning on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Holy, there's a bunch of you. Say hello to Vets to Drones, one of our great partners of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Raw FPV, Chainsaw FPV, Phila, Blasta, Quad Doc, Sean Lee, Kiz, along with Paul Eunice says, let's go. I feel it. Let's go. Yeah, we're about ready to let's go. Cowboy with a camera, Timmy Tron, along with Tilly FPV, James Trimble cheering on the Air Force here this morning. West FPV says, Elon Musk, save us. Yeah, please. And so we're okay. So Hoden's first, MQXS second, Killer Music third, and Cool Coyote fourth. So I believe the way I was calling it, I believe from the PowerPoint was right. I believe. And so we are now going to try and do some updating here on site. So it's Hodens and MQSXS moving on in our winners bracket. Hold on a sec, Mark. We're going to fix live time because we bumped the wrong pilots, right? Do you want to do that? Because my connection is being a little slow. All right. Back into it we go. Match number 2 is going to be M.H. Nunes, 28 from Northeastern University. Wangy Boy from Duke. Schloss it up from the University of Alabama. And Notorier from Virginia Tech. And we are about to go green. Sounds like they are ready on site. Good luck, pilots. Top 2, winners bracket. Bottom 2, redemption bracket. Arm your quads. We're live on the tone in less than 5. Up and at him we go. Full shot going to go to Notorier. Then you got Wangy Boy running second. MH Nunes 28 third. And Schloss it up getting underway as well. We're on our sport class division to commence the party here this morning. Qualifiers 32 to 48. Top 2 moving on in our winners bracket, bottom 2 in our redemption bracket, and looks like we may be down to just 2. Notorier and Schloss it up. Issues for Wangy Boy. Wangy Boy trying to recover his craft remotely. MH Nunes, he's up as well. So we start with 4. We're down to 2. We're now back to 4. Notorier and Schloss it up. Your leaders 1 and 2. Again, the top 2 advancing in our winners bracket. They're separated by about 9 seconds as they go on to lap number 2, 3-lap races. So a lap and a half to go, chasing Notorier with that pretty commanding lead. Here in this preliminary round, this is match number 2. And so we're on lap number 3. And great recovery by Notorier. He's down into second. Schloss it up now, up into the lead. He's at the dive gate. Oh, issues at the dive gate. And looks like Notorier is going to get the win here of the match. Schloss it up. Going to finish up second here. Going to make it official, finishing up lap number 3, which is going to give third here in this preliminary match to MH Nunes 28, fourth to Wangy Boy. We'll take MH Nunes 28 and Wangy Boy to match number 5 in our redemption bracket. And Notorier and Schloss it up, staying alive in our winners bracket. Going to go to match number 6 for them. That'll be the first round of our winners bracket. You can follow along the heat sheets as they update dynamically. Maybe some channel changes, etc. And here in our sport division, multigp.live/CDRA25sport. Link, of course, in the Discord for all of our participants. multigp.live/CDRA25sport. Follow those heat sheets as we have bumped them up. We got 2 channel changes coming up. Two channel changes to worry about there. We have Notori are going to go to race band 6 when you come back with Schloss it up in match number 6. Wangy Boy going to go to race band 1 when you come back with MH Nunes 28 in match number 5. Two channel changes there. That was match number 2. Getting set for match number 3. Still here in our preliminary round. There's going to be Sippy Cup, Missouri University of Science and Technology, Maverick 28 of the University of Alabama, Perseverance of Virginia Tech, and Billy Bob Stuff, also of Missouri University of Science and Technology. I want to say hello and thanks to CNC Madness, your source for custom drone frames and parts, cncmadness.com, one of our new partners here at the event. Also, Cardinal as well. Thank you to CARDNL. That is the Carolina Drone Research Lab. Thank you to Susan Cohen and the rest of the team. Sounds like we're set to go green. Match number 3. Good luck, pilots. Top 2 to the winner's bracket, bottom 2 to the redemption bracket. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. Off to the races we go. All 4 up. Looking like a decent start there. Perseverance getting the whole shot. Issues for Billy Bob Stuff. Looks like he has some pretty rough video, but he's flying through the paint. So Billy Bob Stuff, not only is the ground station having a hard time seeing him, also the timer as well. So looks like he just moved up into first with that really shaky video, but is he able to fly that pain, or is that going to open things up here for Maverick and Sippy Cup? Looks like they may be your last 2 to work for us. Sport class, starting with 4 down to 2, and 2 going into that winner's bracket, 2 into the redemption bracket, so no eliminations as of yet. And we got a lap recorded for Maverick. On to lap 2, we take him. Sippy Cup, 17 seconds back in second. And with Perseverance on the ground, it looks like no video downlink from Billy Bob Stuff. It looks like the last 2 flying are going to advance into that winner's bracket. And now your leader, Maverick 28, onto his lid. And he just saw in his FPV feed Sippy Cup go flying by. Now they're separated by about 17 seconds on the track. And we're also kind of doing that WWE count there for Maverick. How long was he on the ground? I don't think he was down for 17 seconds. So he's able to recover. He's now working on lap number 3, the 3rd and final lap. As we look at Sippy Cup here, about to finish up lap number 2. Looking at, well, down we're going to go on lap number 2. And down to just 1. Maverick 28 trying to get that 3rd lap in just to make it official. Going to be going winner bracket bound. And here we line things up on the checkered. 3 laps done. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Burning that lipo. As we take Maverick 28, Sippy Cup up in our winner's bracket, match number 8. And journey continuing for Perseverance, who is 3rd, and Billy Bob Stuff, who is 4th. Going to match number 7, and no channel changes. No channel changes. That was match number 3. Coming up, match number 4. With Brisket, Astro, Booster, and Chris_Cornwell. I want to thank our friends at the Pilot Institute. We're all about that learning, right? Pilot Institute, the official Part 107 training provider, MultiGP. Pilot Institute offering courses on drones and airplanes from world-class experts. Pass the Part 107 or private pilot exam and take it to the skies. pilotinstitute.com. Also want to thank DIN Drones, big partner here in 2025. Home of the DIN box. That is the battery charging case. So you can take on a plane, charge all day at the field. And also with frames as well. The Typhon and the OZR 5X frame available at dindrones.com. Big fan of that DIN Drones battery box V2. It's got the 4S 14P 21700 battery box. It means lots of power output, safe with those 21700 batteries, individual cell fuses on each and every one of them, controlled by high quality BMS with Bluetooth connectivity, and can be brought on a plane as well. TSA approved. dindrones.com. And get here for match number 4. For those watching at home, you may have seen me talking in the microphone, and I don't have the chat right in front of me. Say no chat, no chat. We have 2 different modes of communication as we are producing this remotely. And so I'm actually talking to the field. I'll try and turn this way when I'm talking to the field. But now we're back connected with you. We're at match number 4 with the number 48 seed, Brisket, making the cut, representing University of Central Florida. One of 6 pilots on the team. Astro from Missouri University of Science and Technology, 6 pilots on that team as well. Booster check. Virginia Tech was sitting all right on them points, right? Yeah, they're number 1 on points right now. So now Chris Cornwell going to try and get a few more points for Virginia Tech, winning the sport bracket. That would definitely help them out with winning team championship here. They've won in the past and looking to win again. We looked at those team State University. And then you drop a couple of bracket positions back to Northeastern University. They have 8 pilots, but looking at their best 3 from qualifying, they're in 3rd right now. And obviously, they have the top qualifier as well. It's going to be in our pro division a little bit later on this afternoon. So those points could change. There's a look at our individual ranking. And in this one, we have the guy in the top left, Chris Cornwell of Virginia Tech, top qualifier in our sport division. And we are set to go green. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quadcopters. Live on the tone, less than 5. Up and Adam Holshot going to go to Astro, making a big statement. Oh, no. That looks like a little bit of a false start. Lots of yelling happening there on the scenes. So again, some connectivity issues here, and I was right. Even though I had really weird data. Well, I guess I was kind of right. I said like a false start, but not necessarily what happened, because everything froze for me, and then I'm looking at whole shot. I'm looking at one pilot flying. That's Brisket. But we are looking at. We also have we have a frozen video on Booster. So when we did launch that, we had a video issue. I believe it's Booster that is on 2 channels right now. He was ringing on Astro's channel. Astro had video issues. So proven by the timing system, we have a dirty drone that they'll have to assess the situation there. So we'll clear those results and rerun match number 4 once we get all of our pilots on the correct channels, and only broadcasting on 1 channel at a time. And maybe this will give us a minute to fix some of our connectivity issues. So after we line things up, we will be back with the rerun of match number 4.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream yourself a dream come true. Dream on.
So just on site, trying to track down drone on multiple channels, get that corrected, and we're going to rerun match number 4, and also behind the scenes working on our connectivity as well. So we appreciate your patience. This is an early start to the day, just ahead of 10 a.m. local. Getting lots of IT tips in the chat. Talking about bit rate, and yeah, we are working on connectivity. Everything worked 2 days ago. Everything worked relatively well yesterday. And today, just not having a hot day on that connectivity. We have a pretty elaborate system that is actually bonding. And so we connect Starlink, multiple LTE modems and cell phones, and that gets bonded into one pipe up. And not wanting to talk bad about our good friend Elon and Starlink, but Starlink is definitely not performing as well as it was over the last 2 days. And I think partially when we do that bonding, more of the reliance was going on to the LTE side of our broadcast. What would you call that? Our connection farm. And now there's more people in the area, I guess, on a Sunday. And so the LTE end is definitely throttled in. So Starlink is not pumping as much as it was. We started using this system at Mayhem. We actually had 2 different streams running simultaneously on 2 different units. One was 2 Starlinks and a LTE, and the other one was a Starlink and an LTE. And we found that Starlink was always the best, but then it would have like blips or something, and that is usually when the bonder would kick into LTE and smooth it out. And at Mayhem, someone talked about the bit rate. We were pushing a 2K stream from the field on one of those systems and a 1080 stream on the other for our judges. And with all those Starlinks and LTEs, it worked out well. But here on Sunday, our Starlink seems to be not pushing as much as it was, and our LTE farm of connections. I think there's three LTE connections, and between those three, and I think they're on 2 different networks. It was just a busy day in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. So they are working behind the scenes. We are also trying to run a race. So we are working our way through the pain. West FPV asks, is there a way to tell how far the satellites are for Starlink? So the Starlink that we have there is like the Gen 2, and what it does is it always knows where the best satellite is. So it connects flat, figures out where it is, and then it points at the best Starlink satellite in the air. And then as the satellites go overhead, we've all seen the photos of the lines of Starlink, because it's not just one satellite. There's like teams of like 12 or more that run in a line. The actuated dish will actually follow it, this Gen 2 that we have. And then once the next line comes up, it'll tip back and catch it up. Now, it's not a laser point-to-point. It's kind of like our FPV antennas, rounded. But the actuated will always point at the best antennas, the Gen 2 that we have. Now there's a mini, there's a Gen 3. Those ones are just flat, and those little trial and error, you kind of put it there and kind of hope it's in the right direction. But always, I find 90% of the time when we set up a Starlink, it's always pointing to the north, slightly east, and it'll do its fluctuation. But there's nothing we can do to improve it. As just there's when the service goes down, when we don't have that throughput, it's usually because there's a lot of people on the network, same as our LTE. So again, we're being saturated there. The only thing that we can maybe do on site is try positioning the LTEs a little bit better. The one LTE unit we have has an antenna, so we might be able to actually turn the antenna and see on the display of the Nighthawk its best connection. But sometimes even a good connection on LTE, same as Starlink, if there's a bunch of people on that tower. Right below me there. The question comes in, what antenna? Right there. What antenna? They're going to try it. So even production, broadcast and production meet. Sounds like we're about to go green. West FPV thanks me for the info, buddy. I'm just here to keep it entertaining. Hopefully this improves. No, once we can see what's going on in the field, it is going to be an entertaining day. And we're just starting. We've yet to eliminate any of the remaining 48 pilots in our competition. Saw earlier a question. I'm just waiting word that we're good to fly. All right, pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone, lesson 5. We are up and at 'em. There are 62 pilots in, or 58 pilots in attendance, 12 different teams. That is on this tab here. 53 pilots, 12 teams competing at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. And we are in our sport division, qualifiers 33 through 48. This time around, we got better video from all 4 pilots. Whole shot going to go to Booster. Chris Comwell, about a 1/10 of a second back on the whole shot gate. Then you drop a 1/10 to Astro, and then you drop a bit back to Brisket. So Brisket is in the caboose. But Booster, Chris Cornwell, our top qualifier, and Astro, we're going full send there on the opener, the beginning, to get this party started here. And now we are pushing our way onto lap number 2. Booster leading over Chris Cornwell by 2.6 seconds. Those are your top 2 positions, your transfer positions from this preliminary round into our winner's bracket. Well, 3rd and 4th, Astro and Brisket, going to go down into that redemption bracket. Unless something happens with our top 2. seem to be on the gas, going fast. Bucky's Brisket V3 says in the YouTube chat. Brisket now all lining things up on that start-finish gate. Comes in as the number 48 seed of her field, but looking to finish a little higher. Going to get that lap done as we get through that start-finish gate. Booster Chris Cornwell working on lap number 2. One more to go the next time we see him come around. And now we're looking at Booster Chris Cornwell and Astro working on lap number 3. Brisket working on lap number 2. So Booster has now found another 4 seconds and gets it done right there. 4 seconds. Well, it was 2 seconds after lap 1 ahead of Chris Cornwell. Then it was 6 seconds after lap 2. And now going to be a bit more than that, as we give the W and the win to Booster. Second going to go to our TQ, Chris Cornwell. Now, here in our sport double elimination bracket, no Ironman. It won't be a chase ace at the end. It'll be a single round. But our TQ, in essence, losing Ironman, which I believe third now is going to go to Astro, fourth to Brisket. And so we will move Booster and Chris Cornwell up to match number 8. Astro and Brisket to match number 7.
Finding peace in this prison never seen.
And no channel changes. No channel changes. Booster Chris Cornwell to match number 8. No channel changes. Astro and Brisket to match number 7. No channel changes. As we get sent to go into that redemption bracket, match number 5. This will be Killer Music, Cool Coyote, MH Nunes 28, and Wangy Boy next to work on deck. Match 6, Hodens, MQXS, Notorier, Schloss It Up. And the whole match number 7, Perseverance, Billy Bob Stuff, Astro, and Brisket. Want to give our thanks to Team Black Sheep, Real Serious Toys, team-blacksheep.com, renowned back in the day for their analog, prior to that for their wings, and the getting the first viral video ever of remote piloted craft starting FPV racing for the most part. Now renowned in that control space as well with the Tracer, the Crossfire, and much, much more. Thank you. Team Black Sheep has been with us, the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship and MultiGP since the very beginning. We also want to thank our friends at Orca. They don't believe in empty marketing buzz. Every product they release is judged by how much it improves the real-world experience of piloting and managing drones. Innovation on paper is not enough. They deliver hardware and software that stands up to complex environments and evolving challenges. OrcaFPV.com. It's a place to go to get your lap RF timer. Also some great goggles that will handle an HDMI input and an analog receiver as well. We also want to give a big thanks to CardNL, Carolina Drone Research Lab. That's Susan Cohen, big part of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. And also want to thank Joe Sharp of Lampe Joint Department of Biomedical Engineering at the University of North Carolina as well, our hosts for the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. There's a look at who we're running with next. Killer Music, 43rd in qualifying, representing University of Alabama. Cool Coyote, Missouri University of Science and Technology, 38th in qualifying, making him the highest seed here in the seat. MH Nunes, 28th of Northeastern. Looking for those points. Northeastern right now, 3rd overall. MH Nunes, 28, going to get a couple points for them. Right now, 47th in qualifying. And Wangy Boy from Duke, So third and fourth in this match going to finish in that 45 to 48 range overall. And pilots are set to fly. Let's go to the skies. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone.
Take a breath, hold it tight, trace the memory in every line. Does anyone feel what I feel?
And it looks like Cool Coyote gonna get that hole shot there.
And every word is a piece.
And this is kind of a do or die match right now. Top two stay in the competition, bottom two eliminated. Waiting a couple of matches to see where their finish is going to be when it's all said and done. Looks like Cool Coyote was leading and comes down a little early on lap number 3. And so the way the race ends, when the leader goes through their finish gate, that closes the door for everyone to go through the start-finish gate. So even though Killer Music and Wangy Boy were back over a lap behind them, they have the opportunity to stay alive in this one. And then we lost Wangy Boy, then we lost Killer Music. And so Killer Music is going to get back up. If he gets on to lap 3, he advances for sure. Otherwise, we're going to have to figure out who went further, Wangy Boy or Killer Music. I think Wangy Boy was further along, and we're already retrieving quads. So Cool Coyote looks like he is going to pull up first, and then we will have to ascertain here who got second, Wangy Boy or Killer Music. It's I'm hearing a lot of talk about who was last up. It would be who successfully went through the furthest gate in the course. Because Wangy Boy was leading by 9 seconds. Killer Music was behind by 9 seconds and then crashed. So really it'll be who went further, Wangy Boy or Killer Music, and that's by successful gate count. quick. So first we'll take a look here at Cool Coyote and Wangy Boy are your top two to advance to match number 9. No channel changes. And they tell me Wangy Boy finished the race. And so you may have seen me or heard me rather confused there because we lost the connection with the scoring computer to the lifetime cloud. And so the overlays, which we were kind of watching as that PowerPoint, it still showed him as lap 1 down on lap 2. So the scoring computer wasn't updating the overlays, and my connection to the scoring computer via Race Vision didn't update as well. So what we're going to do here is the race is going to continue, and we're going to take a pause, whether it's a 10-minute break or whether it's an hour-long break here on the live stream, as we try and diagnose and improve our connectivity so that we can follow along and have the right data in the very minimum. And so we appreciate your patience. We will do some notifications when we're back live, hopefully with a stronger connection from our field. Coming up next here in-house, it'll be Hodens, MQXS, Notorier, Schloss It Up. On deck, Perseverance, Billy Bob Stuff, Astro, and Brisket. And the whole will be Maverick 28, Sippy Cup, Booster, and Chris Cornwell.
Finding peace in this prison never seemed so on before. What am I searching for? Just a touch of the feeling that rush of 2 hearts beating. Why am I left dancing in the rain again, singing my sorrows for when I can't seem to get just some place where I
The drugs are right, they're knocking down. That's why I couldn't stay around. No more crying from the bedroom. No more empty bottles, but now we're bruised. 'Cause nobody can hear you. Oh, nobody can hear you. You are a tree falling down in the woods. There ain't a sound, 'cause no one's around. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you. Oh, nobody can hear you. Nobody can know, nobody can know, nobody can know. I can still hear you. Nobody can know, nobody can know, nobody can know. I can still hear. No more crying from the bedroom. No more empty bottles, but now we're bruised. 'Cause nobody can hear you. Oh, nobody can hear you. Oh, you are a tree falling down in the woods. There ain't a sound, 'cause no one's around. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you. Oh, nobody can hear you. Nobody can know, nobody can know, nobody can know. I can still hear you. Nobody can know, nobody can know, nobody can know.
It's cold outside, but I'm not worried for tonight. I shut my eyes and I'm alright. And if I fall, you'll catch me. They're waiting now for me to stand and make them proud. I know I'll make it through somehow when I have you to guide me. And all I see, I have my arms surrounded. I have the silence in the roar. Just a figure in the dark. Is this become before the storm? If I fall, you'll catch me. Push me back up on my feet. Be the strength inside of me. A burning fire that you feed. And I didn't know, it wasn't clear to me before. The gravity of what you are. You see the good inside of me. Even when I cannot believe, I see it all through you. You're right. No one's certainty. This is exactly what I need. It made me lose sleep, but at least now I say I am the answer surrounded. I am the silence in the roar. Just a figure in the dark. Is this become before the storm? If I fall, you'll catch me. Push me back up on my feet. Be the strength inside of me. A burning fire like you. I brushed it off, pushed it aside, but I was looking for you. I'm always looking for you. I brushed it off, pushed it aside, but I couldn't help. I was looking for you. Yeah, I was looking for you. I am the hands surrounded. I am the silence in the roar. Just a figure in the dark. As if gone before the storm. If I fall, you'll catch me. Push me back up on my feet. Be the strength picture, I knew that my world was shaking. Lost my innocence, then I lost my mind. Thank God now I see, 'cause with you I must have been blind. And every time you told me that we never say goodbye was a lie. Yeah, just like a common criminal, you gave me just a minimal to keep me hanging on inside. You think I still want you after all you put me through? You think I can walk away and find someone better for me? Just take your overactive ego, shrink it down like a mosquito. Baby, loving you was such a chore till I got bored. Now I don't think about you anymore. Now that I can breathe, I'm done with therapy. It's your turn to burn. Covered up in lies and still so full of pride. I hope you joke, 'cause it's the sex I miss the most. I think I still want you after all you put me through. You think I can walk away and find someone better for me? 'Cause you'll come crawling back one day. You think I still want you after all you put me through? You think I can walk away and find someone better for me? You think I still want you after all you put me through? You think I can walk away and find someone better for me? Just take your overactive ego, shrink it down like a mosquito. Baby, loving you was such a chore till I got bored. Now I don't think about you anymore. Crawl out of the hole you're in. Who you are is not who you've been. Now's the time to sink or swim. Will you fight the tide or get lost within? And I know you're feeling low, feel like you've lost control. But the darkness that you know, it's not your home and you're not alone. And all you've wanted was just so much more. This world has taken a hold. Don't let them get your soul. The silence, you feel it, cold as a winter storm. This world has taken a hold. Don't let them get your soul. Iron bars are held up break. Tell me now, do you know what's at stake? Your whole life in a blank stare haze. You walk around like the end of days. And I know you're feeling low, feel like you've lost control. But the darkness that you know, it's not your home and you're not alone. And all you've wanted was just so much more. This world has taken a hold. Don't let them get your soul. The silence, you feel it, cold as a winter storm. This world has taken a hold. Don't let them get your soul. I'm calling out to you. Can changed since then. But if you'd take the time to dig a little deeper, take a look in my eyes, you'd see life, you'd see dreams, a fire deep in me. It's what I am, everything I'll ever be. Whoa, I will not be afraid of what is to come, and I will rise, and I will rise above it all. Better days and a better time when the world didn't seem so cold. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And though I don't understand, I stand strong, I'm never giving in. Can't break me down, 'cause if you'd take the time to dig a little deeper, take a look in my eyes, you'd see life, you'd see dreams, a fire deep in me. It's what I am, everything I'll ever be. Whoa, I will not be afraid of what is to come, and I will rise, and I will rise above it all. Hold me up, hold me close through this stormy weather. Don't give up, don't lose hope. I need this more than ever. I need you more than ever. You'd see life, you'd see dreams, a fire deep in me. It's what I am, everything I'll ever be. Whoa, I will not be afraid of what is to come, and I will rise, I will rise above it all. I will not be afraid. I need you more than ever. This road is a winding road. You never know what is to come. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, you tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down car. 4 years no calls, and now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar. And now I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder, pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, hear them scream, okay, this a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit, have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. I swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a handout, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.
the team. They're coming to the blocks. All right, here's Joe. Joe again helped us put this together. Did you have a good night last night, Joe? Yeah. Oh, great. Oh,
Yeah, work came out. Sheriff Cat came out. Yeah, Makerspace last night. Again, one of the things the Makerspace for allowing us the facilities, John and I are there. They're over there.
Thanks so much for that, everybody. I just want you to net 16 pounds of dough. We actually turn the weight up for these beginners, and we'll turn it down for you, so don't worry. All right, pilots. This is race 13. The top two move into our final bracket of the sport group. The bottom two will be 5 and 6 overall.
All right, thumbs up.
All right, pilots. Here we go. Deep breath in, deep breath out. On the quads, on the towing. Less than 5. Launch is zooming out. 1, 2, 3, and 4 is a good start. Oh, took out the guide wire the whole time it's not windy. And that was. All right, so we have like 3 inches or so. All right, here we go. Here comes our leader. Here comes the leader. The orange and green tops. That is Booster. He is on his second lap. We're going to go lap time at 35.97. Behind him is Hungry Boy by about 6.5 seconds. So he's got Booster's got a couple feet lead, and third place is about another 10 seconds behind Hungry Boy. So again, first and second move on. Booster, Hungry Boy, fly a good race, and you should be good to go to move on. Pick it up a little bit, try to get in that transfer position, which is about 10 seconds ahead of you. Here comes our leader again, Booster. He's going on to there's 2 laps done for Booster. He's on to his third and final lap. Booster's just having a great time up there. There's Hungry Boy. He's on his third and final lap. Oh, a little clip on the gate there by. No, Booster's still going. Hungry Boy might have caught up to him a little bit. All right, I see Booster coming around here. He's getting close.
Take a breath, hold it tight. Trace the memory in every line. Does anyone feel what I feel? I know you're feeling what I feel. Oh, and every word is a piece of me. Every single note, every breath I breathe is a cry out. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And I know I feel sloppy alone. I've been knocked down, trying to the cold. Sticks and stones never really did hurt me. I signed this life for the world. Finding peace in this prison never seemed so.
And I believe we are back. I think we've done some adjusting. And if you're just joining us here, we are working our way through our 52 pilots, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We started the morning here in our sport class division qualifiers 33 through 48. And we are now at match number 14. This is your final. In this one, we have our top qualifier, Chris Cornwell, who stays alive in that winner's bracket, comes in, but did pull up a second back in match 11 and the second prior to that, second in match 8 as well. So no Ironman, even though it's a one and done race here in our sport class division. He's representing Virginia Tech along with his teammate Notorier. They come in out of the winner's bracket. Then out of the redemption bracket, Booster, the University of Alabama, and Duke brings us Wangy Boy, a one and done 3-lap race. And of course, we are watching those team points very closely. When we started the day, we were looking at Virginia Tech sitting number 1. Now we started to eliminate some pilots. That's moved Missouri University of Science and Technology up to first. That could change a bunch here, especially with 2 from Virginia Tech in our final of sport. We've seen some bad luck. We've seen some good luck, some nice flying. And we're about to see some racing here in a moment. They are diagnosed. Take your top 3 pilot scores in qualifying, and then your top 3 pilot scores in brackets. And right now we have Astro finishing 41st overall, Sippy Cup 40th overall, and Cool Coyote finishing 37th overall. So that gave a bunch of bracket points to Missouri University of Science and Technology. They were 7th in qualifying. That puts them in number 1 right now. So, couple bracket points. We'll still keep some top 3. Well, let's see how it plans out. We got 2 Virginia Tech, University of Alabama, and Duke ready to fly. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone in less than 5. Sliding just in front of them. So it's Chris Cornwell, Booster, Notorier, Wangy Boy, a one and done match 14. Heat of 4 finals here for our sport class division. Opening lap. Does our TQ redeem himself right now? Looks like he is up in the number 1 spot, Chris Cornwell. Top left-hand side of our screen, but he's got a bunch of company. Wangy Boy's up with our leader. Booster not too far off of our leader. Notorier as well. Notorier up into 2nd. So it's Chris Cornwell, Notorier, separated by 0.4 of a second. 1st and 2nd. Booster right now in that podium position in 3rd. And Wangy Boy gets onto that lead lap. He's 6 seconds back from podium. We're on lap number 2, 3-lap races here in our sport class division, continuing to chase down Chris Cornwell, our top qualifier. Lost his Iron Man for the bragging rights, but it doesn't matter. It's his final podium to get some more points for Virginia Tech. 1 more to go for Chris Cornwell. And we lost Notorier. That moves Booster up into 2nd. Booster now onto his 3rd and final lap, and he just crashed out So all eyes on Wangy Boy of Duke. They only have 3 pilots on their team, and well, here's one of them who just slid into second. From 4th to 2nd here on this final lap. Survival of the fittest and issues with our leader, Chris Cornwell. Does that give Wangy Boy the win? No, Cornwell back on his lead. Wangy Boy is about 17 seconds back, and checkered flag flies. Chris Cornwell will win the sport division here at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championships. And we look to Wangy Boy. Wangy Boy was about 0.8 of a second back on the whole shot, finishes 2nd overall. And so there's a bunch of points going to go to Duke. 3rd going to go to Booster, who we lost on lap number 3, and 4th going to go to Notorier. And so we'll be doing a podium, our first podium of the day, and getting set to roll out our warm-up packs for our Pro Next 16, our next division to work here. And so the final team tally coming in. And, well, that's going to work well for Chris Cornwell, Virginia Tech. He now gets a bunch of those bracket points for Virginia Tech. They're now back in the lead. They were number 1 after qualifying, now number 1 after brackets. Look at, I'm not sure what we're looking at there. Results of the sport class final. Oh, I see what they're doing. We're updating it there. There, that looks right. Your podium from right to left. 4th in the final, going to go to Notorier of Virginia Tech. 2nd runner-up, 3rd on our podium, Booster of the University of Alabama. 2nd going to go to Wangy Boy from Duke. And your ranking, your top 16 here of our sport division. And overall team points, that moves Virginia Tech back into 1 in the number 1 spot on those team points. And looking at some big changes there. Missouri University of Science and Technology moving up to 2nd on the team points by way of Cool Coyote, Sippy Cup, and Astro. Their top 3 pilots now with points in that elimination. There's a look at those team points I was just talking about. So University of Alabama moving up. Booster got 3rd here in the final of sport. And so that gives him, right now, he's the top pilot in the brackets. Then we drop about 5 positions back for Maverick and another 4 positions back for Schloss It Up. So that takes University of Alabama from 8th in qualifying up to 2nd now, using our bracket points. Missouri University of Science and Technology started the day in 7th after qualifying, moving up to 3rd with thanks to Cool Coyote, Sippy Cup, and Astro. And back in the number 1 spot, Virginia Tech with Chris Cornwell winning our sport class division. Notorier finishing 4th in the sport class. That's so far the 2nd highest ranked pilot in the brackets. And Perseverance finishing up a bunch back in this bracket, but he's going to give enough points. Put Virginia Tech number 1 on our school points. And right now we are in our practice packs, warm-up packs here for our Pro Next 16. In the air right now, Nimbus, Placio, Rutecki, count of Frac 3711. And so we will work our way here through another 3 heats to follow here in warm-up. And then we'll pick things up with our Pro Next 16 qualifiers of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship 17 through 32 coming up here in a few moments.
Finding peace in this prison never seemed so on before. What am I searching for? Just a touch of the feeling, the rush of 2 hearts beating. Why am I left dancing in the rain again, singing my sorrows for when I can't seem to get just some place where I belong. And don't take this from me. I've been fading away. Memories are turning to gray. But every step that I take, the closer I get to finding there's more to me than what these eyes have seen.
Let's go down to Two Dog RC along with Katrina from the CDRC for podium presentation of our sport class division. While we're doing that, looking for Perry FPV, Nacho at 0, and Doc AQ. Your practice pack is up next.
Take a breath, hold it tight.
And a receiver from Radio Master. So what do you think? Do you think you can say anybody or thanks for your accomplishment today?
And Ripping Tide is our race team, as well as the University of Alabama.
Doc_Ock.
Department for supporting us in this. Last year was our first year at this race, so we're glad to be back and doing a lot better this year than we did last year. It's just been super fun. Thanks to MultiGP and CDRC for setting that.
All right, great, man. Great to have you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And let's get a picture real quick. You're going to look straight ahead. It's kind of yeah, you can do that.
Our one needs spotter.
A little
Oh,
clean.
spotter. They're spotting our 3D.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's send in our second place.
Dylan. He's on R3.
Carry R1 and second place. You got second. Yeah, a little. People don't even realize they got second. They were so excited. They want to celebrate. Come on in here. Congratulations, second place. Come on in here. Well, and how do you say your pilot name? Because I've been saying it wrong all day long. Oh, Longy Boy. Okay, well, congratulations. You guys traveled all the way from, oh yeah, just across the city. You come from 2. So is this your first race?
Nacho at 0.
Oh, wow. So
Perry FPV.
Congratulations on second place, and you get a is there anybody you want to say thank you to?
It's a great.
Okay, great. Congratulations. All right, let's get some pictures, Katrina. All right. Move over this one a little bit. Nice to you up here for a second. All right, let's get our winner. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
If you want to play, you can.
All right, Mr. Chris, congratulations on the winning of Sport Bracket CDRC. You get the first place medal. Now, you did a lot of battling out there. What was like your favorite part of the day?
Just getting there too.
Okay.
I've never done this before. It was a good time. I have no idea. We had some struggles at the start. My drone messed up during our practice lap. I had to use somebody else's speed, but we got it back together and ended up doing good.
Great. That was awesome. It was really fun watching you. I was a little disappointed. I'm sitting here filming, ready for this drastic reaction to the win. And it's like you didn't even move.
Yeah, I was shocked. I was like,
it
dude,
was overconfidence. I didn't know if it was
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No, congratulations. You did a great job. See you next year?
Yes, sir.
All right, get some pictures. It's not 11, it's one. All right, all three? We get all three?
Yeah.
Like,
You pick mine. You'll get the little nerve.
okay, Joe, back to you, Joe.
I think it's like I have a your throat to slow down a bit. So maybe you want to drop your like throttle scale down by like 2 or 3%. And then relax.
Okay.
Then just keep it.
All right, Joe, back to you, done here.
Yeah, there's a slight wobble in your crop, but I think after you hit it, it bends. That's such a lot.
Yes. And Doug, you can take the camera off if you want. Okay. And then we can go to that start shoot story.
Hold on. I'll do the quad. You good? Okay, let's go. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Next bracket. Like chemical reaction. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's the same thing. We've been doing great. Three pilots. You're next.
Didn't hear them.
Well, hello and welcome to each and every one of you joining us here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. We are live to you from the University of North Carolina, inside of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. We are now about 25% of the way through Championship Sunday, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Earlier this morning, we started with our sport class division, qualifiers 32 through 48, and we're about to roll into our Pro Next 16 qualifiers 17 to 32, ahead of our Elite Top 16, which will be about 2 hours from right now. 53 pilots on 12 different teams making their way to the UNC Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And as we get into this division, we are running a top 16 double elimination format, just like we did at the very first Collegiate Drone Racing Championship back in 2017. How time has flown, huh? So you take your 16 pilots here in this next 16 division, 17 through 32. They work their way up from the preliminary bracket. Top two in each of these matches will advance in our winner's bracket all the way to our final, which is match number 14. You can be third or fourth, but you can only do that once. If you're third or fourth here in this preliminary round, we move you into our redemption bracket. And there you go into like match 5 or 7 in this preliminary round, where you can't be third or fourth anymore, or you're going to be eliminated, collecting those points a little early. And if you're top 2, you can go from match 5 to match 9 to match 12 to semifinal, the redemption bracket, and into our final. Now, our first ever Collegiate Drone Racing Champion came out of that redemption bracket, so there is a path to the final out of that redemption bracket. And that's a look at our format here this afternoon. As we talked about, 53 pilots on 12 different teams. Here's a look at your next 16. Our top qualifier in this one's going to be Ascend FPV, or TQ, which we're going to feature here in match number 4. They qualified again in that next 16, which is 17 through 32 overall. And you can look at those times. Pretty tight grouping here. Nice group of pilots to race in this bracket. Now, points, we talk about points. It's individual racing to hit that individual podium, but we also have team racing going on, and we take school points. Top 3 pilot.
Oh, shit. Top 3 qualify. Their individual points go towards their team points.
So through the afternoon of the brackets and the eliminations, then you have your top 3 pilots in the bracket stage all combined. Now, when we started the day, Virginia Tech was number 1 on the qualification points. Oregon State University was 2nd on the qualification points, and Northeastern University was 3rd. And you see some shuffling up now, as we've now moved University of Alabama up into 3rd overall on team points, Missouri University of Science and Technology into 2nd. As we've eliminated some pilots, they got some points awarded, and Virginia Tech back into the number 1 spot after our sport class division, as they had Chris Cornwell, top qualifier in the sport class division, and win the sport class division not too long ago. And so Virginia Tech leading on those team points. We're going to take a little look here at the track that we're about to fly on as we await match number 1. Waiting in the wings, pilots are already powering up. Going to go for a little tour of our track here, designed by Hyper. Hyper, top 3 pilot of the MultiGP champs, top 5 numerous times as well. Course designer, well-renowned in the track designing world. And he's brought us this 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship track. Starting things off with that start-finish gate, we're going to go over to this extended gate section around our hurdle. That's just to warm things up and kind of space out our pilots. Sweep her into that back right-hand corner over to the dive gate. We're about a quarter of the way through. Working our way through T-Mobile, Team Drones, now over to the newbie drones section. Yes to drones as well. As we get set to now elevator up, we're going to climb up a ladder and go over into our double swoopy gates. Stitching it up around the flag, and there is a lap on the track designed by Hyper that we're going to feature here at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Match number 1 is set to fly University of Alabama's Cataptric 3711, Northeastern University's Ruteki, Georgia Tech's Glacio and Nimbus. Right now, Georgia Tech is about 8th overall on points. They were 4th in qualifying. They're ready to break the top 3. Some big points here in our Pro Next 16. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone, lesson 5. It's a preliminary race. Whole shot going to go to Rutecki of Northeastern University. Then Nimbus, Glacio, Catapathric, 37-11. 1, 2, 3, 4. In our sport class, it came down to the last 2 flying in a couple matches. As we get into our Pro Next 16, I think you're going to need to finish those 3 laps to advance a little further in our winner's bracket, maybe even win a final and those more elusive team points. And of course, individual Pro Next 16 podium for us as well. Nimbus, he is your highest seed in this one. He got the whole shot. He has the lead of lap number 1. Biggest mover is Catapathric, though. He gets up into second. Glacio and Rutecki are about a second and a half apart in a battle for 3rd, 4th, and that may now become a battle for 2nd. Catapathric crashing out there on lap number 2 as we move Glacio and Rutecki up into 2nd and 3rd, but this is about to be a 3-way battle for that 2nd transfer position. Nimbus on to lap number 3. Had about a 4-second lead not too long ago. Now he's gapping the field to solidify his ticket in the next stage of the winner's bracket. There's Glacio still in 2nd, but being contested by Rutecki and Catapathric. They are about 3-4 seconds back from the transfer position, and issues for Rutecki. So it now issues for Glacio in 2nd. All eyes on Catapathric. Was in 4th, worked his way up into 3rd, and now I think is in 2nd. Checkered flag flies for Rutecki. That's a false lap. We'll fix that. Checkered flag flies for Nimbus. Nimbus getting the win of match number 1. He was your high seed on this one, so good to see there. Rutecki still flying for us, so that is going to give 2nd to Glacio, 3rd is going to go to Catapathric, and 4th to Rutecki. We had a false lap, didn't get caught on the fly there. And so 1st and 2nd, Nimbus and Glacio moving up to match number 6. No channel changes. 3rd and 4th, Catapathric, 37-11 to Rutecki to match number 5. No channel changes. No channel changes.
Finish the race. Hold on there. Hold on. And bump. Navigation, please. All right.
Oh, we do have a channel change. Catastrophe going to go to race band 8.
Can you put this in somewhere?
I'll see. I don't know why. Yeah, there's nobody in there. Henry, can you look at live time?
Yeah, no, the point
Is it? Okay. So.
Okay. I could have just like taken this out. No, I got hurt. Yeah, I don't want it to die in the grave.
All right. So we're just double checking some things there behind the scenes.
Even bigger battery bank that was also connected to a solar panel.
That'd be pretty sick though.
It's the output a lot.
Okay. Like as many amps as you
Yeah, buddy. Getting set for match number 2. Doc Ock, George from United States Air Force Academy. At 0 from Georgia, Nacho of University of Central Florida, and your high seed here in match number 2 is going to be Perry FPV of Georgia Tech. They have 5 different pilots and got a chance to earn a bunch of points here over the course of the afternoon as we advance through our order. It's a preliminary round. Top 2 moving to the winner's bracket. Bottom 2 into our redemption bracket. Good luck, pilots. We're going green. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. Off to the races we go, and a big start, fast start at 0. Not your high seed in this one, but he got the whole shot as your high seed Perry FPV looking to push himself in the lead as he does. It's Perry, Nacho, 1 and 2, then at 0, then Doc Ock on this opening lap, looking for your top 2 to advance in the winner's bracket, bottom 2 in that redemption bracket. And Perry FPV was, well, second through that whole shot gate, and well, he is leading the charge. Now you got Nacho just ahead of Perry FPV, a pass happening before the start-finish gate, and we just lost Perry in second. That moves at 0 from third into second, and we get Doc Ock in that lead lap as well. He's running third, 5 seconds back from the transfer position. Nacho, your leader, representing the University of Central Florida, at 0 running second, Doc Ock running third. And we'll see if Perry FPV can get back into this one, but it's not looking too promising as we are grayed out. White flag flying for Nacho. 2 down, 1 to go. Took it a little easier there on lap number 2 as he has some breathing room at 0, crashing into the start-finish gate. And looks like that one, as long as he went through, they may have to double-check that one. But we have a battle for second right now. Doc Ock caught up to at 0. This isn't our battle for second there. Both of them at the dive. Now Doc Ock just ahead of at 0. So at 0 having issues at the start-finish gate, at the dive as well. Nacho is done. I believe Nacho is going to get this one. And now it comes down to Doc Ock and at 0 side by side. Holy. Doc Ock pushing ahead of at 0 again. At 0 was back into second for a second. And now we finish up at 0 just ahead of Doc Ock. And that one, I think we should review on site. We should double check that one on site on that finish order. Because unofficially right now we got Perry. Right now we have Perry first unofficially. Then I believe Nacho, and then third at 0. No, third Doc Ock, fourth at 0. But that is they're going to play back the tape in-house and verify that finish order. I would also take a look at the timer, make sure it didn't flip over, because we missed laps at the end. Timer is upright. Okay. Not sure why we suddenly just missed laps at the end. We're getting set for match number 3 on the sidelines. We're just verifying that finish order. But a lot of things happen. A lot of crashes there. A lot of crashes. Perry, who was leading, crashed out. That caused some issues. Then you got your finish. And didn't catch the last lap for Nacho on the timer. And I think Nacho would have got the win.
You guys, R1, R3, good? Yeah.
And I think Doc Ock is going to be second. That's their third. Perry FPV fourth. But they are just playing back the end of that race. To verify our finish order.
Still hurry up, like get up there. Because they might just fly it out. It's still the top right. What's out there?
And we are adjusting some quads at the line here ahead of match number 3. So we're going to get an update here momentarily.
Nacho.
Yeah. ATO. Third, fourth. I think that's how I had it the first time in my head. And so finish order now confirmed via DVR. First going to go to Nacho. Second going to go to AT0. We'll move them up to match number 6. Third's going to go to Doc Ock. And fourth to Perry FPV.
All right, can you fix it? No, Jordan, you need to do that. Indigo R6, let's go. Can you just change the bump up? Got it. Guys, Nacho and ATO are bumping up.
So match number 3 is where we're at. We're at two pilots at Missouri University of Science and Technology who started the day 7th in qualifying, now up into 3rd on brackets after their pilots in sport. So we might be getting a bunch of points here by way of Exer and Indigo Raptor, along with Oregon State University's Subsonic Sam and Virginia Tech's Mostly Genius RC. Now, Virginia Tech leading on the qualification points when we started this, and Oregon State University second on points qualifying using their top 3 pilots. And looks like they have yet to eliminate any. So this could change our team points leaderboard in a big way. What you're looking at there, that is our qualifying points plus our bracket points from the sport class division. So earlier today, 3rd, before we went into qualifying, 3rd was Northeastern. 2nd was Oregon State University. Virginia Tech was in 1st. You see some shuffling up there. We've eliminated a few pilots. That is going to change right until maybe our final 4. Chase the ace of our top 16 a little bit later on this afternoon. That is in the future. We're ready to rock here in the present. Do a little power test out on the line. We'll introduce you to your pilots there from right to left. Highest seat in this heat, Mostly Genius RC from Virginia Tech. Then Exer and Indigo Raptor of Missouri University of Science and Technology. Then Subsonic Sam of Oregon State University. Set to go green. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone, less than 5. Go tone, and we are up and at 'em. Full shot going to go to Indigo Raptor, then Exer, Mostly Genius RC, and then Subsonic Sam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Indigo Raptor was who we're watching in the front. Now it's going to be Exer. Exer starting to pull away a little bit. Then I think you got Subsonic Sam moving up into 2nd. Indigo Raptor, Most Genius RC within reach as well. And now issues for Mostly Genius RC. Looks like his camera has taken a bounce. That looks like a bit of his camera mount in front of his camera as we get set to pick up Exer and Subsonic Sam. On to lap number 2. Now we still have Mostly Genius RC flying through the pain. But right now, Exer and Subsonic Sam are in fine form on lap number 2. There's a little bit of an announcer curse for Subsonic Sam going down to the ground. He's going to recover as Exer now moves well out into the lead. We had a pretty good battle there for first between the two. Now it's Exer well ahead of Subsonic Sam. And Subsonic Sam trying to get back up. Looks like Mostly Genius RC taking a knee. And Indigo Raptor going to try and get back up. But the way this works, when the winner finishes the race, everyone finishes the race. And so Exer finishes the race right there, 3 laps in 84 seconds. That's going to give him the win, and that is going to put Subsonic Sam in 2nd, crashing out on lap number 2. But we lost Indigo Raptor and Mostly Genius RC on lap number 1. Way it ends. So 1st and 2nd, Exer, Subsonic Sam moving to match number 8. And third and fourth, Indigo Raptor and Mostly Genius RC going down to match number 7.
Subsonic, how many laps? Okay, that's it. Okay. All right, so that third first, subsonic second, Indigo third.
I forget it, Jordan.
On the backside, and then it rotates down. We got the shoulder, and then it pulls down like this.
Oh, for the back end?
And you might be able to get, and they kind of hold it over.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need more.
Race 1. Last year, actually, he came in contact with me and say, I missed the start date. So I'm so that bumped everybody, so it changed the bump. You see that second. Okay. Okay. Hey, Henry. Wait. Okay, so I'm in race 5. Yeah. That's what I have. But should be Glacio, Ruchecki, Jock, and Perry.
It won't spin. Yep.
Yeah. So I need Glacio in here and Ruchecki. Yes, you're correct.
Like in the weird.
Okay, no, I think I'm just letting, I've got it now correctly.
I want to pass the line.
But I've got this. Henry, you.
It was just that, just the photo log. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it set there. It's right now.
It's the,
Yeah, there you go. And this guy goes. Oh, that might actually pull this up. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's correct. Now we're doing gate repair, so we got a little time. The dive gate part. It was for both of them. For Glacio. Yeah, I can do that.
I think I'm getting that witness section.
Yeah, I know that.
That's for 90%.
So we did have a little bit of an update there. Went back to match number 1. Glacio missed the start finish gate, so it takes a 4th instead of a 2nd. So that now changes up our order. That moves Cathaprak up to match number 5, and then match number 6. And then Glacio is going to move to match number 5. Glacio is going to go to R3. And Cathaprak 3711 to race band 8 when you guys come back a little bit later on. We're getting set for match number 4, but we do have a gate repair happening on site, so they are on that right there. While we have a second, want to say hello to Geo Ram 65. Says tear it up, pilots. All this nacho talk is making Trim King FPV hungry for nachos. Sarah Little cheering on the Roll Tide, along with Zachary Halls as well. Say hello to Gem Fan Hobby, Gem Fan Mike. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon. This is our Pro Next 16 division qualifier 17 through 32 of our 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We have a bunch of pilots, bunch of teams, 53 pilots, 12 teams represented. And we're just under a brief course repair, about to get set to go with preliminary round, match number 4. Well, we have a second. We want to thank some of our great partners of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Thank you to CNC Madness, your source for custom drone frames and parts. Yeah, design your own and then mass produce them. CNCmadness.com. Also want to thank Cardinal. CARDNL. That's a fun one. That is actually short for Carolina Drone Research Lab. Thank you to Susan Cohen, along with Joe Sharp, a Lampe Joint Department of Biomedical Engineering. And as always, our Part 107 partner, Pilot Institute. Yeah, you can get your full-scale pilot or your drone Part 107 pilot license at pilotinstitute.com. They're the official MultiGP Part 107 training provider, offering courses on drones full scale as well. Pilotinstitute.com. We're big fans of them. I also want to thank Din Drones, home of the Din Box, Battery Box V2, 4S14P, 21700 battery box, individual cell fuses controlled by high-quality BMS and Bluetooth connectivity, TSA approved. Take it on the plane, take it to the field. Thank you, Din Drones. They also got the Typhon and OZR 5X frames available at dindrones.com. And we also want to thank Team Black Sheep with us since the very first Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Real serious toys, team-blacksheep.com. Leaders in that control link with the Crossfire, the Tracer, so much more. And finally, with thanks to Orca. Our race is timed with the new Orca V2 Lap RF. Timing every lap, every passing. They innovate. They're more than just empty marketing buzz. Every product they release is judged by how much it improves the real world experience of piloting and managing drones. Innovation on paper is not enough. They deliver hardware and software to stand up to complex environments and evolving challenges. Jumped into the scene with their goggles, now rocking it with their control link, their timer, so many different innovative products. Learn more at orcafpv.com. Final adjustments happening at the line there, doing a little power test of our 4 drones, been set to fly. Here in match number 4, we have the number 32 seed here in qualifying this weekend, Helios of Northeastern University, and his teammate, 25th in qualifying this weekend, Zorian FPV, also of Northeastern University. Now, when we started the party here this morning, Northeastern was 3rd in qualifying points. Now, they have yet to earn any bracket points, and really they don't want to earn those bracket points at the end. They've dropped 5 positions into 8th, but just because they haven't eliminated any pilots yet. Then we have $5 Carbon, one of 6 pilots of University of Central Florida, 24th in qualifying here this weekend. And your top seed here in match number 14, or match number 4 of our Pro Next 16. The United States Air Force Academy Ascend FPV, 17th in qualifying, which means he's your top qualifier of our Pro Next 16. That could be pretty big for the United States Air Force Academy. Currently 7th in points.
Okay. Stay there.
That is a drop of 1 position. They were 6th in qualifying, and yet to eliminate any pilots. Again, you really want to see a big jump at the end. If your team is, lower in the top 12, when you get to the final, it's where the big points really come into play. But Virginia Tech leading after qualifying on those points, and now leading after our first brackets as well.
If you know anything about Racer 69, I can't edit the statewide. It's what it is.
Sounds like we have a few drone issues here. Drone issues now seem to be sorted. Match number 4, preliminary bracket race. Top 2 advancing in our winners bracket to match number 8. Bottom 2, 3rd and 4th, going into our redemption brackets. Match number 7. Great look at our launch stand. But a lot of tweaking to our connectivity. If you're with us earlier this morning, sorry. It was as tough to watch for you as it was for us.
All right, Scully, we got 4 that are ready to go.
We're about to go green. Pilots, arm your quads. We're live on the tone in less than 5. Great shot of the launch. Pitter patter, we're at her. And the whole shot going to go to Zorian FPV. Your high seat in this one's Ascend FPV. And Ascend is your early leader. Then you got $5 Carbon running second, third, and Zorian FPV in fourth. Top two advancing in our winners brackets. 3-lap races. This is our Pro Next 16 of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Lap 1 now done. Ascend FPV on to lap number 2. Pretty good lead here over the rest of the field. Here comes $5 Carbon running in second, looking to maintain those big points in our winners bracket. 5.9 seconds off of our leader. We lost Helios, who is running fourth. Here comes Zorian. Zorian now onto that lead lap, lap number 2, but he's about 10 seconds back from our transfer position. Ascend FPV still working on lap number 2. Now on to lap number 3. Looking in pretty in charge right now. Flying consistently. Only about a half a second difference between his first lap time and his second lap time. He had a 6-second lead over the rest of the field. There's $5 Carbon now, 14 seconds back from our leader. And gapping. He was about 10 seconds ahead of Zorian, who's in third. Want to be top 2 here in these preliminary races, even in that winner's bracket. And there's 3 for Ascend FPV, 3 laps in 87 seconds. Give the W and the win to Ascend. And no issues for $5 Carbon as well. $5 Carbon now doing a swoopy up, double swoopy down. Seeing a little bit of that wind destruction on the gates. And there's a checkered flag for $5 Carbon. Getting across that line in the number 2 spot. Now looks like third to Zorian FPV. Zorian finished up strong there. Finished up third, 2 seconds out. 2 seconds out of our top 2. That's going to give third to Zorian, fourth to Helios. And that one is now done. Moving on up, let's take Ascend FPV and $5 Carbon to match number 8. And Zorian FPV and Helios to match number 7. That was match number 4.
$5 going to R6, and Zoran is going to R3.
And a couple of changes coming in here as we take a look at $5 Carbon. Going to go to race band 6 when you come back in match number 8. And Zorian going to go to race band number 3. When you come back in match number... Match number 7.
Yeah, or 2 of them. I was going to say, or 3 of them. That would be
Our thanks again to Susan Cohen of Carolina Drone Research Lab and Joe Sharp of Lampe Joint Department of Biomedical Engineering. First time the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship has been hosted here at UNC.
Speak my first frame. Right. Yeah. That's
probably good. No, we didn't pick it up. Tyler? Yeah, the front class went into it.
Well, there's how our journey started here in our Pro Next 16. And so far, it's looking pretty good for a top qualifier, winning his preliminary bracket race.
Thumbs up, thumbs.
We're going to set for match number 5. We're in our redemption brackets.
Scully, we're ready to go.
Third and fourth in this next one, going to finish in that 29 to 32 range overall, depending on where they qualified, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go green. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone, lesson 5. There was a pretty good start. Perry FPV had the whole shot, had the early lead. They're going to move Cat Fract 37-11 up into the lead. See if Perry can catch up. Rutecki and Docock in a battle for third, fourth. This one could be a tight one. Cataprak is only about 2 gates ahead of Perry. And Perry now catching up. Now we got a huge switch up. There's Cataprak with our first crash. Docock with a crash as well. So it's Rutecki, Perry, now Catapratic. 3 seconds separating our 3 remaining pilots. Now issues for Perry. Docock back in the mix, running fourth, but going to try and get onto that lead lap with Perry and Cataprak running second. Rutecki having all kinds, now Perry all kinds of issues. This one is a gnarly one, and we're all working on lap number 2. 1 lap still to go. There's Rutecki now, 2 laps down. 1 to go. Catapratic down into second. There's a little gap over the rest of the field, but we can't count out Docock and Rutecki. They might get back into, or Docock might get back into the mix on this one. Rutecki has it on lock. There's Docock onto that third and final lap. So that means Cataphractic will need to finish to make it official. And results are unofficial. As I look, as I watched it happen in real time, I had Cataphractic crossing the line first. Timer doesn't agree with that, but they are going to play that one back, they tell me. That one is under review.
Only reason you got that split is yes.
Cataphractic in this one, did you? What is the confusion? You remember you changed Glacio?
Yeah, Glacio. I mean, somebody talked about it. Yeah.
Well, race 1, did you update the sheet too?
Yeah, I updated the sheet as well.
Okay.
And then I went back.
You didn't tell me. I'm running my own sheet. So,
Okay, I didn't. Sorry about that. I get you. So yeah, the Google sheet is correct. So
okay. Like I only have 5 screens in front of me. I can't run a 6 to follow the changes I'm not aware of. So right now we think Cataphractic was first and Rutecki was second, but you're DVR reviewing that?
we think Cataphractic is
So we are playing back the tape here, just looking at the finish. We're missing some laps on some people earlier, so we increased the sensitivity. And so Live Time actually had Rutecki finish ahead of Cataphractic, but watching the actual FPV feeds, we had Cataphractic ahead of Riteki. That's for first and second. Then you drop 24 seconds back to Donkok in third. However, they believe Cataphractic may have missed a gate. So results are unofficial on match number 5. Results are unofficial as we are now look at match number 6 getting set to go green. This is our Sport Pro, or sorry, our CDRC Pro Next 16 qualifiers 17 through 32. Match number 5 results are unofficial. They are reviewing that one behind the scenes. Do want to thank our friends at T Hobby. Big name of the game when it comes to motors. UAV-en.tmotor.com. When you think about T Hobby, think about motors. Go to UAV.en.tmotor. Longtime supporter of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. And our thanks as well to Emax. 5-star trusted reviews, lowest prices, direct from manufacturer for parts and accessories for Tiny Hawk, Easy Pilot, Hawk Drones. Great top support from Emax as well. Emax-USA.com.
Yes, sir. Yep, it's good.
But the static is super.
It's good, right?
I think it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, counter track is good.
My goggles turned on. Like within an hour.
Yeah, okay.
We're at match number 6. Tom 2 in this. Advance to the semifinal, the winner's bracket. Bottom 2 going into that redemption bracket. We're about to go green. Here we go. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone in less than 5. We are up and at him. Glacio with the hole shot. He won his first matchup, looking to match with his second, and he's tangled up with Nacho. What a huge battle, first and second, with that 0 running third, Nimbus in fourth. Now Nimbus up into third at 0 in fourth. And now looks like Nacho going down. So it's Glacio, Nimbus at 0. And this is as close to a 3-way battle that we have seen all event long right here. Now it looks like Nimbus and at 0 have now Nimbus and Glacio up into the 1 and 2 positions at 0, dropping into third. 5.4 seconds back from the transfer position as we watch Nimbus through that dive. Glacio through that dive at 0 was trying to catch up, but unfortunately, now we got issues for Nimbus, our leader. So this one was a tight 3-way battle. Then it was a 2-way battle for first, then a 2-way battle for second. And now we go into the final lap. Nimbus has redeemed himself back in that number 1 spot. Glacio onto that final lap as well. 3.7 seconds back away from our leader. But we can't count out Georgia Tech from at 0, even though he is playing a little catch up. He gets onto that final lap as well. 11 seconds back, but we have seen all kinds of issues here. Let's watch Nembos. Gonna finish things up here through the line. Nembos will get the win. And so a little bit of pain, but he flies through the pain, redeems himself, and he advances to the semifinal of the winner's bracket. Second, gonna go to Glacio, finishing up in the number 2 spot, about 8.6 seconds back from our winner. And that is gonna give third to at 0. We lost on lap number 3, fourth to Nacho. And that concludes match number 6. And that one is under review. That was one for the highlight reel right there. That was a fun one. And they believe they are going to get to that one pretty quick. We're going to be back with match number 7 here in just a moment and awaiting that DVR review result as well. We'll be back with you in just a few. Well, I heard a call, but I think there's been an appeal. And so results are still unofficial on match number 6. You saw a good look there on our broadcast. Vets to Drones, another big partner, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Great opportunity to take vets, put them in drone programs. Obviously, it's in the title, but they take them, they train them all about UAV, all of the different uses, applications, help them get their Part 107, and take those vets, put them into many drone industries. A great program. We're excited to have them at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. What can you do with drones? Well, you got all kinds of cinematic work, from movies, TV commercials, to and so results coming in on that last one after DVR review, Nimbus bounced into a gate and not through the gate and didn't go back to the gate. So match number 6, that is going to give Nimbus 4th. That's going to give the win to Glacio, second to at 0. So they are going to advance to the semifinal, the winner's bracket, bumping up Glacio and at 0 to match number 11. And so Nacho and Nimbus going to go to match number 9, and Nacho channel change. Going to go to race band 8 when you come back with Nimbus in match number 9. Let's talk about all those different drone applications. So cinematic, TV commercials, movies, Bird Box, one of those Netflix videos, movies during COVID. Amazing drone feeds through that. Great drone scenes. Ambulance, probably the best FPV feeds that you've seen in movies. Real estate photography, roofing inspections. Then you got all your power grid inspections. Agriculture. So many different applications. You get that Part 107, have that drone experience. Drone racing experience definitely helps, as especially under the new ordinance. Drones that you could previously purchase very easily would be great. They have obstacle avoidance. You just let go, you get lost, you hit a button, it comes back to where it takes off. Anyone can fly them. Now, new regulations, got to use some other drones, and those obstacle avoidance and return to sender features, not so hot. But if you have a drone racing pilot who can just line of sight it, FPV it, no barometer, no GPS needed, well, that's where we look to drone racers, and that's where we look to the great success of vets to drones, taking those vets into those multitude of drone industries. We're at match number 7, redemption bracket race. That means 3rd and 4th going to finish somewhere in that 29 to 32 range. Good luck, pilots. We're going green. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone. Lesson 5. False start called. False start called. False start. Mostly Genius RC. Arming and falling off the table. So we get to do that one all over again. Why not? Philoblastus says he really needs his Part 107. Yes, buddy. Well, luckily for you, we got a great partner for you, and that is Pilot Institute. PilotInstitute.com. They will help you get your Part 107. They became a MultiGP season partner last year, and I think within 2 weeks of them being announced, I already saw in the MultiGP drone racing community pilots thanking Pilot Institute for finally getting them that elusive Part 107. So back to the start of match number 7. They are now sliding out to check some video issues. We had arming issues. We had a false start. We had it all. We really had it all today, haven't we? We've been having a lot of fun. This broadcast is actually produced remotely in the cloud, AWS. We have the feed from the field that goes up to the cloud. Diver Down Dougie is remoted into the cloud, and so he is changing all the scenes. I'm at home in my basement. That's why I have a long sleeve shirt underneath my MultiGP jersey. Ball cap on as well. Almost want to wear a hoodie. And I, too, go up into the cloud. And just like I'm sitting in my chair at the race, the DVR computer, as it were, goes up into the cloud down to me. And I also tunnel in to the scoring computer. Just like all our teams had Race Vision, a real-time connection to scoring with a simplified display. I have that remoted through the cloud up and down to the scoring computer on site. Normally, I can slide in and control that scoring computer, helping out Grubby, who's running our scoring on site, and help out Two Dog RC as well. But our bandwidth, we'll talk about after the next break, has been a little bit of a kryptonite, but we're back and we're ready to go green. This is match number 7. Pilots, arm your quads. Live again on the Tone in less than 5. We are off to the races. We call that the announcer jinx there as we get the slideshow kicking in here for a second. And already issues for Mostly Genius RC. This is an elimination race. Gonna get a couple of points for Virginia Tech as we are now on lap number 2. Zorian FPV, your leader. Then Indigo Raptor, 0.6 of a second back. Helios, closest to the transfer position. Gotta find Indigo Raptor, Zorian, in 5.2 seconds. That might be a little easier as Indigo Raptor goes down, and now Helios up into second. Zorian FPV flying away with it right now on lap number 2. Indigo Raptor is in a race to turtle. That's recover his craft remotely, trying to get back up into the air and challenge for that second transfer position to stay alive. Otherwise, it's going to go to Zorian and Helios. Zorian now on to lap number 3. Little bit of a longer lap 2 over lap 1, flying consistent. Helios onto that third and final lap as well, but we are down to just 2 pilots, even though they're separated by 7.7 seconds. And we just lost our leader, Zorian FPV, going down. But if Helios finishes the race, then no turtling, recovering the craft remotely is going to help Indigo Raptor, Mostly Genius RC. And down to 1. An army of 1. Helios, Northeastern University. They need the points, and they're going to get a bunch as Helios gets 3 laps and the win. And as he shuts the race down by default, that is going to give his teammate Zorian second as we'll move them up to match number 10. And then Journey coming to an end for Indigo Raptor in third. And Mostly Genius RC in 4th. Results are official. No challenges or changes. And so that means we are now able to take a little look at that stage of our elimination races in our Pro Next 16. That's going to put Perry FPV, the number 32 spot overall. Doc Ock in the number 31 spot overall. Mostly Genius RC, the number 30 spot overall. Indigo Raptor, 29th overall. Now, does that affect the team points at this point? Oh. And now I'm getting a little update. I think it's just one position there. If I could have it again there, Two Dog. Yeah, that's what I said. Yep. Yeah, for the points, I caught it and updated mine. So as we look to the points there, looks like we're going to take a few points. I'm looking for Raptor and Mostly Genius. Yep, Mostly Genius Virginia Tech, you see now they're starting to gap on the points a little bit. So right now, Mostly Genius is the top pilot on elimination points. Now it's going to change as we go up. Still has Virginia Tech first on the points. Missouri University of Science and Technology still in second. University of Alabama still in third. That's after eliminating just 4 pilots so far in our next 16 and ranking our sport division as well. Match number 8. Quarterfinal, the winner's bracket. Top 2 advancing to the semifinal of the winner's bracket in our Pro Next 16 versus Glacio and Ad Zero. Bottom 2 going into our redemption bracket. They'll visit with Helios and Zorian FPV. $5 carbon of University of Central Florida, Ascend FPV of the United States Air Force Academy, Subsonic Sam, Oregon State University, and Exer, Missouri University of Science and Technology. They could use a few points. Indigo Raptor just got them a bunch more points, putting them a little higher in that second place ranking. We'll see how these points play out. Missouri University of Science and Technology, 6 pilots competing. They were 7th after qualifying, and now after we've eliminated a few, they're now up into 2nd. We are about to go green. All right, pilots, arm your quadcopters. We are live on the tone in less than 5. Off like a shot we go. Exer getting the whole shot. Had a little bit of a wobble bobble. Now you move Ascend into 2nd. Looks like Subsonic Sam 3rd, $5 carbon 4th here on the opening lap. Subsonic Sam having some issues there at that dive gate. Looks like he's going to be okay. As we chase down Exer. 1 down for Exer. Here comes Ascend onto that lead lap. 3 seconds behind our leader. And we have a heater for 3rd, 4th. Subsonic Sam and $5 carbon. It's $5 carbon getting ahead of Subsonic Sam. And so that puts $5 carbon in 3rd. Subsonic Sam in 4th. They're 9 seconds away from the transfer position. And we just lost our leader into a gate. He is now down to the ground. Ascend moved into the lead. He just crashed. And so $5 carbon and Subsonic Sam are about to move into 1st and 2nd. And now Subsonic Sam with a crash. We are down to just $5 carbon flying. It is a race to turtle for that 2nd transfer position into the semifinal of our winner's bracket. Subsonic Sam is pretty side down. Can he get back in the air? Looks like he's crashed out beside another quad. He's crashed out beside Exer right now. They are side by side in a race to turtle. I'm sure that's lovely line of sight. We are watching FPV. Otherwise, I don't want to make a call like this, but I would say Exer would get 2nd in that instance because it's not who goes further, it goes who goes through the last gate successfully. And Exer and Subsonic Sam both crashed on lap number 2 at what I believe is the exact same gate. They'll have to scrub it back and see did Exer go through the gate successfully to be where he landed. We only know one thing at this point. Subsonic Sam and Exer are wishing, waiting, and hoping. $5 carbon is moving to the semifinal of the winner's bracket. So they are going to play the tape back unofficially. 2nd unofficially is going to go to Exer. 3rd unofficially to Subsonic Sam. Ascend 4th unofficially, but that is pending review as they play it back in-house. So DVR review happening on site, and we're going to take a brief moment here, visit with some of our friends at MultiGP and the Collegiate Drone Racing Association. And so results are official. Second going to go to Zur from Missouri University of Science and Technology. Moving up with the winner, $5 carbon to match 11. Subsonic Sam pulls up third. Both of those pilots crashing at the exact same gate. Race to turtle, and for Subsonic Sam, it would have been a race to turtle and get through one more gate or around one more flag. But results are official on that one. Getting set for match number 9. And $5 carbon going to go to race band 1 when you come back in match 11. And Subsonic Sam going to move to race band 6 when you come back in match number 10. It's match number 9. It's an elimination race. Let's go green. Pilots, arm your quads. Live on the tone in less than 5. We are not down to the top 8. We almost had a little bit of contact there, but everyone through. I think it just looked close. And watching Nacho and Cataprathic right now on top of each other. Cataprathic leading and Nacho. Rutecki running third. Nimbus in fourth. And Nimbus now a little loosey-goosey. We got a wild one up at the front here between Cataprathic and Nacho. Rutecki's now about a gate back from him. And issues for Nacho. So Cataphractic now pushing himself further in the lead. Now we work on lap number 2. You got Nimbus in the mix. Nimbus, Cataphractic, Rutecki catching up as well. And it looks like Nimbus has now gotten by Cataphractic. We will see how this plays out. They still have one more lap to go. Less than 6 seconds separating all 3 pilots. Now issues for Cataphractic. So it's Nimbus and Rutecki now 1 and 2. They get on to lap number 3. Issues for Rutecki. Can we get up again with Cataphractic? He's close. Rutecki is down. Rutecki's trying to recover his craft remotely. If Cataphractic gets back up, that could change things for Rutecki. But it looks like Cataphractic going to take a knee right now. And so Nimbus wins this one. And second going to go to Rutecki to stay alive. That'll give third to Cataphractic. And fourth to Nacho. So taking a look at that ranking, that is now going to put Nacho in that 27-28 range. And Cataphractic in that 25 or 26 range. We still have one more redemption bracket race before their finish positions are finalized. Big stage right there. As we get set to move up Nimbus and Rutecki to match number 12. I want to thank our friends at Beta FPV. They're dedicated to creating FPV drones and parts with superior quality by helping more people get into the hobby and enjoy the joy of flying, speeding, and exploration. Yes, sir. BetaFPV.com. We also want to thank Newbie Drone. They are back in 2025. Big thanks to them. One of the leading innovators in the FPV drone world. Known for their high-quality drones, parts, and accessories, Newbie Drone is fueling the next generation of drone racers. Whether you're just starting out or a seasoned pro, they got the gear to take your flying to the next level. Check them out at newbiedrone.com on the World Wide Web. Coming up, match number 10, after we visit with a few partners, the MultiGP and the Collegiate Drone Racing Association. Final power test complete. Getting set for match number 10. Third and fourth in this one will be eliminated, finishing in that 25 to 28 range. Getting those team points, though. Let's go green. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. Tough start there for Subsonic Sam. Launching sideways almost under the table, so can't punch out of that one. Got to do a little more creative work back at the line. We're chasing Ascend, then Helios, then Zorian. We got a battle for second. This is a redemption bracket race. Now Zorian ahead of Helios. Oh, yeah, buddy. Blade to blade, motor to motor. Now it looked like we had to double back there for Helios. So it's Ascend, Zorian, and Helios. And Zorian, a little bit of a bump there ahead of Helios. Ascend well out front. He's already working on lap number 2. As we get set to get onto that lead lap, here comes Zorian onto lap 2. He's 12 seconds back from our leader. Helios was second for just a little bit. Now he's in third, trailing by 6 seconds. And now he's crashed out into terra firma. He might be able to recover his craft remotely. And we're looking at Ascend. White flag flying. One more to go. So this one's going to be just finish your race. Finish your laps. If you're still flying, you better be smiling. You're moving on to match number 12. As we're watching the other two not successfully turtle here at the moment. Of course, the way the rules work, when the leader finishes their last lap, everyone finishes their last lap, and that just happened. Ascend FPV crashing through the start-finish gate. Zorian crashing on lap number 2. And as I look at Helios, even if he gets back up, wouldn't matter. So he would only finish lap number 2 per the rules. Zorian is just going to try and finish strong. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, I'd still try Helios. Maybe. Zorian hasn't finished yet. And did Ascend really go through the start-finish gate? He crashed into it. So if Ascend didn't go through the start-finish gate, that means Helios would have a chance until this point now. As we get their third lap recorded there for Zorian FPV. And so that shuts the gates down. So whether Ascend went through the start-finish gate at the end or not gonna matter here. So Ascend and Zorian gonna stay alive. That is gonna give third to Helios, fourth to Subsonic Sam. As we get sent for match number 11. Gonna hit some buttons here. We're gonna test something out. We do have a channel change. Ascend, you're gonna go to race band 8 when you come back in match number 12, I think it was. And so we're gonna take a look here in a moment. And this is, again, it doesn't really matter, but does Ascend go through the start-finish gate? I have got the replay, Dougie. We're watching Ascend, top left-hand side. This is just going to answer a couple of questions here. Getting ready for the start-finish gate. I know you're looking at PowerPoint. Looks like he goes through the start-finish gate. He crashes into the grass right in front of the start-finish gate. So Ascend did go through the start-finish gate. Results are official. That was a great replay. Done remotely. Science, technology. We have it all right here. Speaking about science and technology, Missouri University of Science and Technology still right now in a podium position. Sitting second right now. They're eliminated pilots. So they started the day 7th overall in qualifying, but they've eliminated Sippy Cup 40th overall, Cool Coyote 37th overall, Indigo Raptor 29th overall. That has them in second. And you're looking about 1.9 points. The points are a little difficult to figure out, to follow along, but they are right now in a podium position. Northeastern University, they have the top qualifier on their team. That's going to help them out for points. They also have 12th. And also Helios, who we just eliminated there. So Northeastern getting a couple points from Helios, and right now getting more points from Helios in the brackets. Right now, Helios is the highest ranked pilot from Northeastern in bracket points. M. Hune's S28, their second highest. So that has them third. But again, we start working our way in our top 16. You're really going to see Northeastern jump a little bit. Missouri is sitting good. And, of course, it's been all about Virginia Tech. Started the day first in qualification points. Now we've eliminated a few. Notorious Chris Cornwell, who won our sport division, mostly Genius RC as well. We've eliminated so far, but that elimination still has them in first, those elimination points. We're set to go green. This is the semifinal of the winner's bracket. Zer, $5 Carbon at 0 and Glacio. Good luck, pilots. Are your quads. We're live on the tone in less than 5. Up like a shot right there. Whole shot going to go to Glacio. Then Zer at 0, $5 Carbon. This could be a precursor to what our final is, our final 4. All 4 pilots with a chance to be in our final 4. Top 2 in this advancing to our final 4. We're watching Xer on the gas, going fast, leading the charge right now. $5 Carbon side by side in a battle for second at 0. Back of the pack, going to try and catch up. Xer working on lap number 2. There's Glacio on to lap number 2. Here comes a $5 Carbon now onto lap number 2 as well. 1.3 seconds back from the transfer position, and now at 0. He is about 8.5 seconds back away from being top 2 and punching his ticket into our final 4. White flag flies for Zer. On to lap number 3, we take him. Glacio and $5 Carbon, the ones we're watching next. Going to be side by side here, now gapped by a bit, about 1 gate. $5 Carbon just ahead of Glacio. They still have another lap to go, though. Now Glacio just ahead of $5 Carbon. $5 Carbon playing some catch up. He was about 1.3 seconds back. Now he's dropped another almost 5 seconds back. Zer is in your final 4, though. 3 laps in 75 seconds. We have Glacio running second. $5 Carbon, 6 seconds back from him for the transfer position, and at 0, trying to get onto that third and final lap. We've seen some crashing on the final lap. At 0 does get onto lap number 3. Now it's just on Glacio to finish strong. From 5.33 to Emax to our checkered, Glacio is in your final 4. Well, that could be some big news for Georgia Tech. They were 4th in qualifying overall. And, well, haven't eliminated any pilots yet, right? No, just one. One pilot that has them in 8th in points. And right now, they have one in our final 4. Zer from Missouri. That could help them. Remember, they're second on the team points. Now they have one of their pilots in the final of the Pro Next 16. Third going to go to $5 Carbon. Fourth going to go to at 0. They move into the redemption bracket. And so we may revisit with the same 4 pilots when we get to the final 4. The only thing we know is Xer and Glacio in our final 4. $5 Carbon and at 0 moving to match number 13. Semifinal of the redemption bracket. And results are final. I believe no channel changes. And we get, one channel change. No channel changes. No channel changes. No channel changes. Zer and Glacio to match number 14. No channel changes. $5 Carbon and at 0 to match number 13. No channel changes. No channel changes. We also want to thank our friends at Radio Master, answering the calls of hobbyists around the globe. They're dedicated to the continuous evolution of the hobby, keeping open hardware standards and open source platforms affordable and accessible to everyone. We're proud to be part of the Radio Master family, radiomasterrc.com. We also want to thank HQ Prop. We love their propellers. Thank you, HQ Prop. One of the most professional propeller manufacturers in China. HQ Prop is designed to give you maximum control and responsiveness up at speed. Customer satisfaction is their primary goal, and they assure you that you'll receive a well-balanced propeller at a low cost at hqprop.com and your favorite online retailer. Well, after that last race, match number 11, we are now down to hole shot rules implied as we're down to the final 8. That means contact resulting in a crash before the hole shot gates. We will call it back. Let's go green. This is match number 12. Final 8 is where we're at. 3rd and 4th or 7th and 8th in the Pro Next 16. Top 2 race back-to-back in the semifinal, the redemption bracket. Pilots, arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. Up and at 'em we go. Hole shot going to go to Ascend FPV. Then Nimbus was running second. Nimbus going down. That moves, I believe, Zorian up a position. This is an elimination race. Ruteki probably going to try and get back into the mix as we play things out. Lap number 1. And your leader is Ascend FPV after 1. The top 2 stay alive. There's Nimbus in second. Zorian running third, 4 seconds back from the transfer position. White flag flies. 1 more to go for Ascend. Now 1 more to go for Nimbus. 12 seconds back from our leader. All eyes on Zorian FPV to do some damage, though. Zorian gets on to that 3rd and final lap. 7.9 seconds back behind Nimbus. And Ascend will stay alive, winning match number 12, advancing right into match number 13. Now we look to Nimbus. Looking for no mistakes, gets across the gate, and he too will stay alive, moving to match number 13. That is going to put Zorian third. And Ruteki fourth. Results are official. So that's going to put Zorian FPV 7th overall and Ruteki 8th overall in our Pro Next 16. And results are official. That was match number 12. Up next, semifinal, the redemption bracket. Ascend FPV and Nimbus, who just raced, versus $5 Carbon and At Zero. Nimbus, we need a channel change from you going to race band 3. Nimbus race band 3. When you come back with Ascend, $5 Carbon here in this semifinal, the redemption bracket, which means on deck our final 4 of the Pro Next 16 was Zur and Glacio. That was match number 12. Complete, results official. I love it. We're going to be back here as we get set for that semifinal, the redemption bracket. While we have a moment, let's look at some of the big events of 2025 with the name that leads the game in drone racing, MultiGP.
everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream yourself a dream come true.
Well, we are just doing some last-minute adjustments there to get some pilots out to the line. Semi-final, the redemption bracket. So we have 2 matches to go before we round out things here in our 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship Pro Next 16. We are at match number 13, bottom to the right there. Top 2 in this one advancing to our one and done final, match number 14 versus Zur and Glacio. And team points on the line. Look at that change. Northeastern University has now moved up into first on those bracket points and overall points. Why is that? Well, we eliminated Helios not too long ago, 26 overall. Riteki not too long ago, 24th overall. Zorian just moments ago, 22nd overall in our field of 52 pilots, right? So that gives them a bunch of those bracket points. They started 3rd in qualifying. They also have the TQ. And so we watch them sit in the number 1 spot as we continue adding those points as we eliminate pilots over the course of the day. Of course, your leaders out of qualifying, Virginia Tech now dropping into 2nd as we haven't eliminated many. We were top 30 with mostly Genius RC a while ago. So those points will continue to change. Match number 13, semi-final, the redemption bracket. At 0 from Georgia Tech, $5 carbon to UCF. Nimbus from Georgia Tech and Ascend FPV, the United States Air Force Academy. We're in a standby. We have a moment. We need a moment for some reason. I didn't catch the reason, but I see running. May have had a spectator or 2 walk out onto the field trying to get up close. Just find a TV. You can't get any more closer than that immersive feeling, riding along the fastest collegiate drone racing contenders in the game. On our display feeds, you can see exactly what our pilots are seeing. No need to get up close and try and line of sight this thing. We're going green. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. And we're underway. That was wild right there. 3 wide through our start-finish gate. Now you got to race to Turtle with that 0. At 0, trying to get back into this. Looks like we're chasing Nimbus, Ascend, and $5 carbon. Your top 3 at 0. Trying to play some catch-up. Watch Nimbus and Ascend FPV side by side, separated by a 10th. Top 2 stay alive, but how about we keep this pressure on? Nimbus just ahead of Ascend as we try and catch up here with $5 carbon onto lap number 2. Yes, Guy. Looks like issues for Nimbus, who was leading, opening up the door here to slide into first. $5 carbon gets onto that lead lap, but he's 16 seconds back behind Nimbus, who's in 2nd, who's chasing Ascend, who is our leader, going over that hurdle section on lap number 3. Ascend with a 4-second lead over Nimbus. Ascend is in charge of this one. Issues again for $5 Carbon. Again, he's in third. So just looking for Ascend to finish up, then Nimbus to finish up here in a moment. And they are in our final four. And we started with 4, finished with 2. Ascend first, Nimbus second, $5 Carbon third, and At Zero fourth. And only one channel change, Nimbus to R6. When you come back in this next heat, along with Ascend, your top 2 in the winner's bracket, Zur and Glacio, your final 4 is now set. And so Journey coming to an end for $5 Carbon. Going to finish up in the number 5 spot overall in our Pro 16. And At Zero finishing up 4th in the heat, which will put him 6th overall in our Pro Next 16. One match remains. We go into warm-up packs for our Pro Next 16. The 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Coming up, match number 14. We come back in just a few moments. Get ready for it. Your final 4 of the Pro Next 16 of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. From Georgia Tech, it's Nimbus. From the United States Air Force Academy, Ascend FPV. From Georgia Tech, Glacio is back in a final. And your top seed in this one coming out of the winner's bracket from Missouri University of Science and Technology, that is Zur. Let's go green pilots. It's a one and done race for podium position, prizes, and points. Contenders, arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. There's a go tone. We are off to the races and issues for Zur. Coming in out of that winner's bracket, your highest seed, though, in qualification points. Let's not forget Ascend coming out of that redemption bracket. He was our top qualifier to this group, and he is your early leader here on the opening lap. But this one is not going to be an easy one to hit that podium. More issues for Zur. So we know one thing, he's fourth. Ascend now on to lap number 2. Nimbus, 0.8 of a second back in the number 2 spot behind our leader. And then we get to catch up here with Glacio getting onto that lead lap as well. So he's in a podium position. It looks like we may have lost Zur. He is now trying to reboot his drone. And, well, if he's able to come back, he could challenge for podium right now. We have 3 quads in the air, so these could be our 3 podium positions. But who's at the top of the box? Ascend onto his 3rd and final lap. Now we look to, oh no, we lost Nimbus in 2nd. Nimbus is down on lap number 2. He just watched Ascend, our leader, fly over top of him. That moves Glacio up into 2nd. Glacio now getting onto that 3rd and final lap as well. Down to 2. They're separated by 17 seconds. So each of them kind of getting a victory lap, as it were, unless they have some issues. And Ascend getting his 3 lap in. 3 laps for Ascend to make your top qualifier, your winner of the Pro Next 16 at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Now we have a battle for track position. Glacio and Nimbus, even though they're separated by a lap, Glacio finishing up in the number 2 spot, making a big crash and a big splashdown to make it official. Glacio in the number 2 spot. That's going to give Nimbus 3rd, and that'll put Zur 4th. And results are official. So rounding out your Pro Next 16, we'll get them up on the screen. 4th is going to go to Zur. 3rd, going to go to from Missouri University of Science and Technology. 3rd, going to go to Georgia Tech's Nimbus. 2nd, going to go to Georgia Tech's Glacio. And how about a W for the United States Air Force Academy? Ascend winning the Pro Next 16 for the USAFA. There's your 16, your finishes. Points are tabulated. The point system, rather complex. We're going to talk about it in the midst of our opening for our Pro Top 16, our Elite Top 16, as it were. For that 2nd place finish, that 3rd place finish, Georgia Tech, 2nd and 3rd. That just moved Georgia Tech to the number 2 spot on our team points. Taking Glacio, who is 2nd, taking Nimbus, who is 3rd in that heat. And then at 0, we lost in the semifinal, the redemption bracket. That is a bunch of bracket points. For Georgia Tech, 4th in qualifying. Now they sit 2nd overall. And so we get set for our Elite Top 16 for their warm-up packs. And in just a moment, we're going to turn it down to our lead architect of events, MultiGP 2Dog RC is on, getting set for our podium presentations. Starting things off with our 2nd runner-up, 3rd on our podium from Georgia Tech. We'll get set to bring up Nimbus. While we're doing that, getting set to do those warm-up packs, Long XL Bexoni Aerial Adventures Jeff Theory we're set for you to warm up. On deck will be Beam Bastic, iPiggy, _FPV, and Fuego. In the hole will be Wesley FPV, YKF, Stir Fry, and Space God, followed by Pino, Princess J, Zyke Fire, and Sonic FPV. Waiting in the wings. Match number 4 of warm-up. Warm-up pack. Warm-up pack for top 16 here momentarily. And now, for real this time, let's go down to Two Dog RC for our podium presentations.
Hey, thank you, Joe. Joe. Down here in the Podium, well, now we got and now we can bring on our third road place from
Honestly, for me, from down in Georgia, we get pretty busy down there. So for me, it wasn't really much of an issue. I just kept going smooth and fast.
Yeah, really showed. And because of that, you get some nice prizes here. You get a nice third place medal.
Thank you.
Share our stats around it. Make sure you get a good picture of that with Mom. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
We'll
you
see you
so
next
much.
year. Congratulations.
Oh, you graduated.
Oh, no. Well, that's a great departing.
It is. It's fantastic. Thank you.
All right, now our second place one was also from Georgia Tech. I don't know. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Hey, it's great watching you race out there. Also, you've helped a lot with the track maintenance out here. I appreciate you taking the time of racing, help me build up the track. What was the favorite part of it?
Hey, this entire event is so much fun. I'm so happy to be out here once again. Fortunately, my last time at CDRC, but this is definitely one to remember.
Oh, that's really. What do you think about the hospitality here in Chapel Hill?
Southern hospitality goes a long way. I'm from Atlanta, so I know Southern hospitality.
Oh, great. Well, how about some prizes? We got some prizes from Emax here. We got an Aris Link, a receiver, if you want to take those, and then the coveted, there's your second place medal. Congratulations. All right, and now we bring out our champion. Oh, no, it's Manafil. All right, Mr. Ascend, congratulations. You were really ascending out there. You flew very smoothly. I was actually watching a lot of your DVR during the races and judging you. And the way you flew, I felt really bad that we don't have bump ups because you were flying so well. I think you could do now very well in the next group as well. What do you think?
I think I could do some and represent the airport, definitely. But I'm still kind of nervous. So that's a tough couple.
Well, you guys, all about planning and everything. And I get your tickets the night before the race pretty much. So was it a lot of trouble getting the planning and getting your gear here? Did you have any sponsors help you out?
That's a little bit difficult to know about that.
Who do you want to thank is what I'm trying to say.
Can I thank someone else?
You can thank anybody you want.
I want to thank my mom and dad for supporting me all throughout this. And definitely the Air Force. That was a big help right there to get us where we are. In general for letting this happen and represent.
Great. Are you going to be back next year? Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. And for you, you get a full set of Emax motors. Hopefully you didn't break any, but if you did, there's some more. And here is your first place medal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, that's it for me down here. How about back up to you, and we'll get ready for our next exciting bracket.
Thank you, Two Dog. Good times. Yes, live interviews, live as they happen.
When you get stuff, there's like responsibilities. We got one in the middle, two to the right, three to the other right.
You can if you want. I'm just going to hold mine.
Yeah.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. Good job. Great. Sure. We got this. I can close out this computer, right? Yeah, we're done. We're done now, David. Hey, Joe, should I close this event and get the next one up?
Well, there's a look at our team ranking. That is updated to where we're at after our sport qualifiers 33 through 48 and our pro next 16 qualifiers 17 through 32. And we have Northeastern back in the number 1 spot. They were in the number 1 spot earlier. They were 3rd after qualification points, and now they're number 1 overall after the bracket points by way of Zorian FPV, Ruteki, and Helios. Georgia Tech moving on up into 2nd, thanks to Glacio, Nimbus, and Ad0. Virginia Tech was won the last 2 years in a row previously, dropping down to 3rd. As they've eliminated mostly Genius RC, Chris Cornwall, and Notorier. But that could change a bunch because they still have their top 16 pilots. Sonic FPV, YKF, Bean Bastic, and maybe a few more still to work in our championship top 16. Now we are behind the scenes here, warming up their first match. Long XL, Baxoni, Aerial Adventures, Jeff Theory. Which means we have 3 more heats of warm up, and then we'll be back with your pro top 16, championship top 16 of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship.
I'm breaking free, so come with me. We should be dancing, dancing. Oh, I feel that soul. Tread carefully. Tread carefully, Lord. Take me where you want me, lover. Take me where you want me.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream yourself a dream come true. Dream on.
Summer's here and the time is right for fighting in the street, boy. Tell me, what can a boy do? Sing for Tread carefully. Tread carefully, Lord. Take me where you want me, lover. Take me where you want me.
Well, hello and welcome to each and every one of you joining us on the MultiGP YouTube channel. We are coming to you live from the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. What a weekend it has been. 53 pilots on 12 different teams vying for their qualifying to make it to either the sport bracket, the Pro Next 16, or this championship top 16. We've taken that field of 52. It's now down to your top 16, and we're getting set to battle our way through and crown our 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Champion. We are going to run, of course, our traditional double elimination bracket of the top 16, just like we started back in 2017, of the first year of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. 14 different matches you see on the screen. Rounds 1, 2, 3, 4 are our preliminary round. They are seated in there. When we run a match, the top two advance into our winners bracket. The bottom two go down into our redemption bracket. The first ever Collegiate Drone Race champion actually pulled a third in the first round, made his way into that redemption bracket, and climbed out on top at the very end as the first ever Collegiate Drone Racing champion. That was Envy Astro Ivan Rodriguez, the University of South Texas, our first ever champion, and one of those 16 pilots on the left-hand side of our screen going to be one of those recognized. In fact, in our field here, our top qualifier, Pino, is looking for his third Collegiate Drone Race Championship, and that would give him a back-to-back. He was last year's Collegiate Drone Racing Champion. Taking a look at our qualification roster, look at Pino, your TQ, trying to go back-to-back. He has the field by 1 3/4 seconds per lap over the rest of the field. He is fast, but when it comes to brackets, you need to finish those races. And when it comes to our final, you're going to need to win at least 2 championship races back-to-back. We'll talk about all that as we progress through the program, but there is a look at your championship top 16. Now, something a little different than what you'd see at some of our traditional races are those teams that you saw on the right-hand side of the screen. Let's take a look at your team points going into our top 16. Right now, your leaders, Northeastern University. The team points are comprised by the finish positions and points associated with that in qualifying. When we get to brackets, each one of those eliminations are more points, 25% more than the position in qualifying. In essence, is the way to look at it. We talked about a back-to-back repeat for Pinot with Northeastern. How about a three-peat for Virginia Tech? They are your 2023-2024 overall team champions. Right now, they're third on our roster, but that could change. That could change in a hurry. Why? After qualifying, they were the top-ranked team based on the qualification points. We've eliminated some pilots, and now those team points applied, they've dropped down to third. But Virginia Tech has some pretty fast pilots. The number 2 qualifier being Bastic. The number 5 qualifier Wyckoff. The number 16 qualifier Sonic is in their roster here in our championship top 16. Virginia Tech, though, is, they are one to watch for sure. And, of course, Northeastern University leading on the points right now with Pinot, our top qualifier. They have yet to break the top 3, at least in the last 2 years. They have first, 12th, and 25th. They got a few points already from the brackets. They sit number 1 on points. If Pinot wins this event and some of his teammates do well, they may win their first school championship in addition to individual. That is a little bit later on. Now let's take a little look at the track that we are flying here at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. It is designed by Hyper. One of the big track designers in the MultiGP drone racing community is Hyper. Let's take a lap on the track, pick us up on the start-finish gate right there. Now we go over to this bow tie section, kind of a lopsided bow tie. Now we go high side into our sweeping turn on the back right-hand side, over to the dive gate. We're just about that midway point here on the track. Going through T Hobby, through Newbie Drone, doing a corkscrew around Yes to Drones, Vets Drones, and now over to HD0. This is a ladder up over to our extended swoopy or pole dancer section. We're about done because there is the checkered. There is a lap of the track that we're featuring here, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. 4 pilots getting set to fly. It's match number 1. This is going to be Jeff Theory and Aerial Adventures of Oregon State University, along with Baxoni of ETS, and your high seat in this one, third in qualifying overall, Long XL, University of Southern California. Good luck, pilots. You know the deal. It's a top 16 double a limb with Chase Ace at the end. We're going green. Pilots, arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. There's a go tone off to the races. We go a clean start for 3 and a late start for Jeff Theory. He's going to be playing some catch up at the back of the track as we watch Long XL lead on Baxoni up into the number 1 spot. Long XL behind Baxoni in second. Aerial Adventures in third, and Jeff Theory, he is on the gas and going fast. Going to catch up to his teammate Aerial Adventures from Oregon State University here in a second. Long XL now making a big move, pushing himself up into the front. Now Aerial Adventures up into second, Baxoni third, Jeff Theory in fourth. Only 7 seconds separating all 4 pilots. University of Southern California's Long XL now leading the charge. He was your high seed, third in qualifying here this weekend, and he's got 2 laps down, 1 lap to go. Top 2 move on in our winners bracket. Third and fourth will go into our redemption bracket. And we have a battle for second right now. Baxoni and Aerial Adventures separated by 0.2 of a second, and issues for both of them. Looks like this one is going to come down to the tail of the tape unless Jeff Theory becomes our hero of the game. Jeff Theory is on the third and final lap. He flew by the down Baxoni and Aerial Adventures, so no DVR review needed. Long XL is moving on up, and joining him in the winner's bracket, our first bump up of our top 16, going to be Jeff Theory, 14th in qualifying. Now just moved himself a little closer to our final 4, pulling up second here in match number 1. Long XL first, Jeff Theory second. Third going to go to Aerial Adventures, fourth to Baxoni. That's, I don't know if one was third, one was fourth. They went down on the same lap number 3. But doesn't matter at this point, as it is an preliminary race. No eliminations, and results are official. Long XL, Jeff Theory, moving on up in our winner's bracket to match number 6. And we'll take third and fourth, Aerial Adventures and Baxoni, down into our redemption bracket. Match number 5 should be no channel changes unless they update us. That was match number 1. Want to thank one of our new partners, the Collegiate Drone Racing Association. Proud to host them at the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Thanks to CNC Madness, your source for custom drone frames and parts. You can visit them at cncmadness.com. Couple channel changes coming in, they tell me. Not sure what setting we didn't have right there. Oh, no channel changes. No channel changes. No channel changes. That's good news. And we also want to thank Cardinal. That is the Carolina Drone Research Lab. Thank you to Susan Cohen, along with Joe Sharp of the Lampe Joint Department of Biomedical Engineering, hosting this 2025 edition of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We're at match number 2. Number 15 qualifier, Fuego from University of Central Florida. The number 10 qualifier from Duke _FPV. The number 7 qualifier from Oregon State University, iPiggy. And your top seed here in match number 2. Second overall in qualifying, Virginia Tech's Bean Bastic. A lot of people talking about Bean Bastic. He's one to watch. And now we're about to watch 4 fly. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. We're live on the tone in less than 5. Up and at 'em we go. This is only match number 2, and looks like we have our first victim of the start-finish gate. Fuego down. Bean Bastic, your highest seed on this one with the early lead. Then iPiggy, then _FPV, second and third. Now will we have a switch up at our front? Underscores trying to make a big statement there at the front. We just lost Bean Bastic. That moved iPiggy into the lead. iPiggy with a little bit of a bobble. _FPV now up into second. And it looks like we may be just down to 2. iPiggy and _FPV, both of them with issues. I don't know why the nerves are kicking in here. We lost Bean Bastic. We lost Fuego. And so this preliminary round, not starting things off with too much drama. iPiggy, 1 to go. White flag flies. On to lap 3, we take iPiggy. Oregon State University. Then we got _FPV. About 6 seconds back in second. And they're blowing up the chat for iPiggy. Bloss says, get it done, iPiggy. And get it done, iPiggy does. 3 laps in 80.5. That is going to give him the win. _FPV pulls up second. 4.9 seconds back from our leader, our winner. And so we move iPiggy and _FPV up to match number 6. And third, going to go to Bean Bastic. Fourth to Fuego. We'll take them to match number 5. Where we're talking earlier about the Pilot Institute. They are recognized as the official MultiGP Part 107 training provider. Pilot Institute offers courses on drones and even full-scale aircraft from world-class experts. Pass your Part 107 course or get your private pilot exam done at Take to the Skies, pilotinstitute.com. Achieve your dream, your piloting dream with pilotinstitute.com. We also want to thank Din Drones, big supporter here in 2025. Din Drones renowned for the Din Drones Battery Box V2. That's a 4S. When they're all combined, you got about 14P 4S, 21,700 batteries, basically the vape batteries. Got a bunch of them, all controlled with individual cells. You hook up with Bluetooth, so you monitor what's going on. It's also controlled high quality BMS. And this DIN box will keep you flying all day long. And, well, if you fly to an event, you can take your DIN box with you. The V2, TSA approved. Find out more at dindrones.com. While you're there, check out Din Drones' newest frames, the Typhon and the OZR 5X. Thank you, Din Drones, dindrones.com for your support the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Getting set for match number 3. Also in our preliminary round. No eliminations yet. Space God of Oregon State University. Stir Fry from Northeastern. YCAF from Virginia Tech. And Wesley FPV from Boston University. These are some pilots we've been talking about, especially following those team points can do some damage. Advantage right now to Stir Fry. Well, it looks like we're going to fire up some pilots here. Fully gray. Catch up with everyone watching on the MultiGP YouTube channel. Stoked to have you with us here this afternoon. A lot of talk right now about iPiggy.
Did our 1, 2, 3, 4 password get hacked?
We're just hitting some buttons here behind the scenes. Yeah, we're talking about iPiggy. So it's spelled I-P-I-Q-Q-Y. I like to say G. Eric Suring says, mind your G's and Q's. iPiggy? I don't know. This is like my 4th Collegiate Drone Race Championship. Haven't been corrected, but let's go with it. Yes, sir. Want to say hello to Blah, also Yvonne Ballman, Inter Sneller. Say hello to my best friend, our founder and CEO, Chris Thomas. Says, looks like it's a great day. Yeah, it's always a great day at a drone race, especially in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. UNC. Yes, sir. A lot of Pino fans checking out the chat as well. Yeah, Pino looking for his 3rd CDRC championship, and also looking to get that first win for Northeastern. There's CP 1020 shouting out YCAF from Carter at 533. Yes, sir. We're just working on a few things behind the scenes. It's one to remember. And we will resume here. Just a short little holding pattern. It is a beautiful day, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. "83 degrees in the sunshine right now. That's 29 degrees Fahrenheit for our fans watching across Europe, in Australia, and Canada as well. 29 Celsius, 83 Fahrenheit. But in that sun, feels like 91 degrees. A little bit of wind. It's up to 12 miles an hour. It was gusting a little bit harder than that earlier this morning, but nice to see the wind dissipate. So we'll take an 83 all day long. With thanks to Susan Cohan at Carolina Drone Research Lab and our hosts at UNC at Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. This event is pretty technological how we're bringing it to you, using a lot of the technology and fundamentals that we learned over the course of the last 5 years or so. So to the left of me there on the screen down there, that is broadcast from the field, UNC. That goes up to the cloud. All these overlays that you see over top, that is all added in the cloud. I am in the cloud as well. It's not a 83 degrees where I'm at, but I too go up to the cloud, and all the switching and production is done remotely. We just have a couple of cameras and computers bringing us the feed from the field, and that allows us to produce a live stream and deal with intermittent connections at our field as well. That bring you the broadcast. We have multiple connections back and forth between all our computers. And every drone race that we've had, every live event, the kryptonite is always the internet. And so today's broadcast is using our new system that we put in play 2 weeks ago at Mayhem, where we actually connect a whole bunch of different connections, turning into one super connection, for lack of a better term, a bonded connection, so that we can service the field. So we have Starlink and 2 hotspots. One's on T-Mobile. I believe the other one's on Verizon. Those 3 are in the field and the cloud as well. And it's been good. In fact, 2 days ago during setup, it was smooth. It was like we had a fiber connection at the field. Yesterday was great. We ran it all day as we supported remotely. And then today, this morning, everything just kind of got saturated. The Starlink satellite, all the 4G and the 5G that we're using. Now things are cleaned up, and they're just dealing with a little bit of a technical issue with the multitude of connections behind the scenes. Trying to fix that is, well, can you run on with the race? Well, no, for a couple of different reasons. One, we want to make sure that everyone's able to take in all of the matches. The 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We've already run a bunch. Already ran Sport this morning and our Pro Next 16, qualifiers 17 through 32. Now we're at the top 16 of the 52 pilots that rolled into Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Also the timing and scoring, even though the hardware is local. All the overlays that we see, scoring results, heat sheet updates, so people know their next race and channel number, that's all done through the cloud. And so they're tweaking behind the scenes. Everyone is all hands on deck to fix that. So we appreciate your patience. What a great day. Got a lot of Beanbastic fans checking in on the chat as well. Noah Asana, you know him as Nos FPV. Brian McLaughlin as well, saying, go Beanbastic. Yeah, Beanbastic was second overall in qualifying. He is highest qualifier right now for Virginia Tech. 2 years ago, Blue FPV won for Virginia Tech, and team did quite well on those team points. Now Bean Bastic carrying that torch. Last year, Virginia Tech won as well. Bean Bastic was our reserve champion. That team point system, very, very complex. I had to do a deep dive. I've been using the same scoring sheet since the very first Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. It wasn't Excel. I converted it to Google Sheets. It's worked every single year until this year. As in the past, we've had upwards of 6 pilots on a team. Now this year, we have a couple of teams of 8. So everything broke, and I was also requested a summary of how the points work, because the original documents that I used to create the sheet to calculate those team points is kind of gone somewhere in a cloud. The clouds have blown away. So really had to do a deep dive on those points. Totally understand them. Cannot explain them. I understand it, but looking at last year, Virginia 2024, Virginia Tech was the top team. Bean Bastic was 2nd overall in the brackets. Lou FPV, last year's champ. Or Lou FPV was, I'm looking at qualification. Bean Bastic was finished 7th overall in the brackets. So he was, Bean Bastic and Lou FPV last year were the heroes of the game for Virginia Tech. Lou was our top qualifier. Bean Bastic was 4th in qualifying. So those got a bunch of qualification points. And then when it came to the brackets, they finished pretty strong. Lou FPV finished 4th overall, Bean Bastic 7th overall. Now it's a whole new year here in 2025. And we're looking at them points. Bean Bastic 2nd overall in qualifying. Sonic FPV, or YKF 5th. Sonic FPV 16th. And they have a bunch more points to go as they sit 3rd on points. Northeastern University, though, looks like they have 2 remaining here in the top 16. Stir Fry in 12th, and our top qualifier, Pino. That could put Northeastern 1st overall. Georgia Tech right now 2nd on team points. That leaderboard changes. They're still hacking away behind the scenes there on our connection issues. Again, we appreciate your patience. Say hello to Bonnie and Clyde, tuning in from Illinois. Always exciting to see them check in as well. So those points, let me see if I can summarize how it's done. So you take all your qualifiers. In this case, there were 52. Take the first place qualifying time. In fact, everyone in the qualifying round, their qualifying time is important because we divide that by 100. That's how many points are awarded through their position. So whether you qualify in 10th doesn't matter. If you're a minute behind first, your points are going to hurt you a little bit there, right? So first round qualifying, take your top 3 pilots, their qualifying time divided by 100. Now positions, when we go to eliminations, take your top time, the min, divided by 100, multiply it by 1.25, 25% more. So first place in qualifying, whatever that time was divided by 100, that is first place plus 25%. That's first place points. Now you go to the bottom of the order, there's 52 pilots. What was their time? So it was like 3 minutes. So what's that? 180 some odd points divided by 100 by 125. Now you know what first and 48th was, because we took 48, first and 48th. So we know those numbers. Now you take first, subtract last. That is the increment. And so you go whatever that pilot it. So you go last place minus first place. That is the increment. And so 48th plus, so you take their points plus the increment all the way up the ladder. And spent a lot of time doing it. Re-CSIing a Google Sheet, not the worst. But then when you look at their finished positions, You add those up, it's the same result. Now, maybe you'll get into some nickel and dime situations. You never know. But if you look at right now, as we sit right now, the top team on points is Northeastern University. Looking at their qualification points, first, 12th, 25th. So that is 38. Now you add in their bracket points, 22nd, 24th, 26th, or their bracket positions. That took them from second in qualifying into first. There's a system. The system is there. It is good. It works. Every Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, it's decided on it. When you get to the end, it will all make sense, especially when I talked about last year. You had last year in 2024, Virginia Tech won. They were first overall in qualifying. That's second, fourth, and 14th, compared to third, seventh, and eighth. So you add that up, it's a difference of about 2 or 3 positions. Then you look at the bracket finishing. First was 4th, 7th, and 13th, compared to second place, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, we just trust the numbers. Trust the numbers. And we talk about all our formats. My question all the time is, when I go green, I just want to know what I need to do to win. When it comes to these team points, just do your best. Everyone's finished position comes into play. Obviously, if you have the top 3, now also remember I said there are some teams that have 8 pilots. It's your best 3 pilots of the upwards of 8. I've recoded the sheet. Now it will handle 10. Just planning for the future. And when we did the graphics, we had to round it down. We actually go down to like the millionth of a point. Right now. See the difference. So Northeastern is number 1. They were second, or so they were third in qualifying. Right now they sit second in bracket points, first overall in points out of Georgia Tech. Now Georgia Tech sitting pretty right now in that number 3 spot, but I don't think they have any pilots remaining in our top 16. So they have earned as many bracket points as they can, and that's where you're really going to see the big jump up. So the names to think about, I mean, even with this complex point system, when you start talking about everything there, you just keep it simple. Look at your pilots. First, Northeastern University's Pino. Second, this is in qualifying, Virginia Tech's Bean Bastic. Then we drop down. They don't have other teammates till lower in that top 16. So individual racing could really be carrying that torch, with advantage to Virginia Tech, first overall in qualifying. And right now they're 6th in the brackets, third overall in those team points. Those bracket points going to change in a hurry. And as we go through, that will update and change as we start eliminating these final 16 of our 52. I'm getting an update in my ear. They're still working behind the scenes. They're changing some adapter options. So we are about to come back from the track. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. We're in the preliminary round. We've run 3 matches. No, we've run 2 matches. Lots of matches still to go. Match number 3 waiting in the wings as they adjust some things behind the scenes. We want to say a hello and welcome to Ramsey, team mascot of UNC, who's checking out the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Hoping to get some photos with the fastest collegiate drone racing pilots on the planet. Interstellar says, I don't know how you guys put all the moving parts together. Yeah, it is always a bunch of science. And now with the new HD0 ground station, we're going to add more cables and more things that will do awesome things when they all are hooked up right and they all work. When it works. Yeah, super stoked for that brand new HD0 system. It's the Event VRX Pro. We used it 2 weeks ago at Mayhem. We had one set of receivers, 4 antennas on one side of the field, right by our flight line. The other 4 antennas, the receivers on the opposite side, and all get stitched together. Pilots plugging in, old school, right? We haven't plugged into ground stations in a long time, but it's a fiber optic HDMI cable hooked into this whole amazing system that gives them the best possible RF reception using those ground stations, best video quality stitching between those 4 antennas on one side, the 4 antennas on the other. And it's basically, you can just keep stacking on top. You could have 3 sets, 4 sets, maybe 16 antennas, 4 different locations. You keep going beyond there. There is no limit. That all comes down that cable, plugging into the goggles for the pilot, 90 hertz, 90 frames a second. The best possible video. I was scrubbing back through the Mayhem team race just using 2 receivers. And it was just amazing to see that quality. The Mayhem team race course is here on the MultiGP YouTube channel. You can go back. It was 2 weeks ago. It is the only team endurance race of its style. Where we start at dawn. We race till dusk, 12 hours. Teams of upwards of 10 pilots. 1 pilot flies, comes into pit, next one takes off. Teams getting over 1,000 laps over the 8 hours. And great watching as well in HD0 with their new Event VRX Pro. We're excited to bring that to a multitude of further events. It's in beta, and so we used it at Mayhem. It was also at that Air Force Museum race. And very, very soon, going to be at a MultiGP major race near you. Thanks to our friends at HD0. We're a big fan of HD0. Feel the HD resolution with near zero latency. Find out more at hd0.com. Sounds like the final repair is in play. Well, I'm super jealous. I'm 90 minutes from the closest Chick-fil-A. Shout out to our friends at 533. Chick-fil-A for everybody yesterday. Thanks to Mondo and the team. In-house part support, tech support, and providing that pilot lunch. I was super jealous for him. I mean, there's some advantages to being remote, as it were, but I did not have a runner go bring me some Chick-fil-A. Again, sounds like we're close. Got some networking issues. We've got some of those solved. Now we're reassigning IPs. And I think on site it's all one big network as we use that bonding system. Things happen that we can't talk about at the moment. We will. But that affected multiple instances, including timing hardware apparatus in the field. How many computers are they using on site? Well, while we're getting connected, I can kind of tell you a little bit about our setup. It's pretty wild. Okay, so those FPV feeds that you see, they come from what we call the DVR computer. So we have a computer that's already combining the 4 feeds. It's recording start and stop race. And we can actually, anywhere on the network, pull up a phone, go to it, and play it back on our DVR computer. And here in this, we had to tighten some things up. That is also what is bringing us our live feed to us. In-house, we also are able to pipe in some cameras and the track audio that you hear in the background. That comes from a second computer that we nicknamed the Zoom computer. Gives us one of our cameras that you see, your audio as well. And so that's computer number 2. Computer number 3 is our timing computer. That's the main one. So those 3 computers are all doing magical things. They are pumping in a camera. So we have the flight line. We have what's going on in the track. One of them is punching in all the FPV feeds. The other one is talking to the hardware so we know what drone channel we just saw a drone cross the timer with, sending that into the cloud. The scoring software knows we're looking for race band 2 or channel number 2. That's what shows us those lap times in real time. We have full communication. I'm talking to you on the live stream, also talking in-house as well to our fans assembled. And we're also talking to Jordan Kruger, Millennial Falcon, Two Dog RC, Mark Rowe, and Grubby, our crew on the ground doing the work. We're all talking to them through connections on Discord. So we're real time. We spent a lot of time working on this. Again, final stitch was that solid connection, which I believe we've pretty much solved almost to entirety. Still a little more tweaking to do. And while we are afar, we are producing it in the cloud. So all those computers are talking to another cloud computer, which Doug Kling, Diver Down, is controlling remotely. So if our home connections go down or our track connections go down, the live stream is still consistent as we're talking to the cloud, not the field. Always managing that bandwidth. So trying to have as limited coming up from the track as limited coming down. And so coming down, we have all of our remote connections so we can control those computers and add support. Kind of hit a bottleneck. So now we're trying to do more talk through from afar tech support. And our technology that we're using is also in real time. And so in-house, when that pilot crosses the start-finish gate, I'm seeing it in real time, and I'm like, you just crossed the start-finish gate. Less than, I think, a quarter-second latency. It's like I'm sitting there. They hear the commentary on site, and it goes up to the cloud. It does all the things happen, comes out to you in your home. And my guess would be within 10 seconds of that drone crossing the start-finish gate, you're seeing that drone cross the start-finish gate in a little higher quality than what we're seeing remotely. But it's really opened the door for us to do events, especially cost effectively. Also forgot about these fancy overlays, those pilot photos, etc. I want to talk about an international support team and remote production. The overlays are actually being updated in Italy right now. Henry, our marketing guy and social media guy for MultiGP, he is connected in to the cloud instance. I said we wanted to limit our bandwidth coming up from our field, but he's coming in from the cloud instance. So he sees those drones cross the line. He sees what's on the scoring computer. He's updating all those overlays. I'm about a 5-hour flight from the event. I'm seeing it in real time. He's seeing it pretty much in real time in Italy. Together with this collaborated effort of all this technology, sweat equity, we're able to bring you this event. And until this most recent point, it had been going so well for the last 3 hours, 4 hours. Started pretty rough, but things got smoothed over. Now things are cooking with grease. Final repairs are happening behind the scenes. We're going to be back here. Sounds like we got a positive update. All right, we're going to come back. Remember, match number 3 of our championship top 16 coming up here in just a little bit. We appreciate you standing by.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the largest FPV event on Earth. Everything can happen today. This is the MultiGP International Open. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quad on fire, quad on fire. He has won it. And he's the new World Cup champion. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream yourself a dream come true.
Well, still working here behind the scenes. And so just a few more moments, we'll pick things up, and we're going to look ahead to some of the great events that we're going to feature here. MultiGP Drone Racing, the name that leads the game, world's largest drone racing organization. Coming up, I think just a week away, we have the Sloss Derby Drone Race, Pro Spec race at Sloss Furnaces in Birmingham, Alabama. Super stoked for that. Cash payout, a lot of big racing with that Pro Spec, trying to qualify you to the MultiGP Pro Spec World Championship. Then let's not forget about the big one. Have you got your tickets yet? World's largest drone race and FPV freestyle festival and party, the International Open, and I believe it's the 9th edition of the International Open. It is the biggest event in drone racing and freestyle. It happens at the Academy of Model Aeronautics in Muncie, Indiana. And in years previous, we had over 325 pilots in attendance. This year, we're over 200. Look at all these pilots that are already locked in. Hey, Ben Eischen, he is in as well. There's EDOC, he's coming down. Seg is coming down. Ignacio Zenith is coming down. Bunch of pilots from Team White Coat. Josh Howell is excited to return to the International Open. JFK is working his way down there. We have a whole bunch of volunteers signed up that we're ready to visit with again, including Spicy running one of our tracks. Talking about White Goat, Dave Myers is coming in. There's Cal Kaufman, all of White Goat. Neon is working his way to the International Open. There's Vicky, right? He's working his way down to his second International Open. Got a whole bunch of people. You can see that roster. Steve Peterson is back as well. He took advantage of the military discount. There's upwards of 6 different tracks running during the day for about 12 hours. Then the Tiny Whoop tent continues. It's almost 24 hours of drone racing, starting from Wednesday, working their way all the way through till Sunday. And those 6 different tracks, flying upwards of 8 craft at each of those different tracks. So you're looking at like 48 drones in the air at the exact same time. It's like 300 plus acres, those 6 tracks spread around, plus the Tiny Whoop tent, plus special event areas as well. And if you haven't been, you got to go. And if you've been, you know you got to come back. You don't want to miss the party this year, June 11 through 15. So a little earlier this year, June 11 through 15. I think it's Father's Day weekend. What a great way to celebrate that patriarch side of your family, the International Open, Muncie, Indiana. Tickets are available online right now, multigp.com. Global qualifiers have also started ahead of the 2025 MultiGP Championship. Now you see TBA. We have so much info to get to about our championship. It's going to be another big one. Lots of storylines to follow. Last year, we thought MCK FPV was going to go for a three-peat. That would be our second ever three-peat. Heads Up FPV, our first ever 3-time MultiGP champion. MCK was set to do it. And we got a new champion, Pavelos of Poland, winning the 2024 MultiGP Championship. And qualifiers are already underway. The first part of the global qualifier season is now underway. You can find out more information about how you can go from your chapters field, from your backyard, essentially, all the way to our MultiGP Championship. You can go just to multigp.com and follow along with the global qualifier season. And of course, today we are at the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Thanks to all of our great partners that we've been bragging about all day long, such as HD Zero, Pilot Institute, T Hobby, Team Black Sheep, Orca, Newbie Drone, Radio Master, Drones in School, Din Drones, Beta FPV, Superior One Roofing, Cardinal, Vets to Drones as well. Of course, Vets to Drones, a great program as well. Really want to highlight, of course, we're looking just at my computer screen right now as they're working on those networking issues behind the scenes. Vets to Drones and Pilot Institute. Where is that one? Right there. These are two outstanding programs. If you don't have a Part 107 yet, you need it to fly in the United States of America. If it's a larger aircraft, and of course, if you're flying commercially, if you make $1, even if you are just doing it for social media credibility, that is technically working. And you require a Part 107 and other steps, depending on how close you are to certain areas. A lot of people have been like kind of flying by, but you need to have that Part 107, of course, to dot your I's, across your T's. PilotInstitute.com is our official Part 107 provider. You can go to PilotInstitute.com and you can get your Part 107 or even your private pilot license to fly full-scale aircraft. Now, why was I also highlighting Vets to Drones? They, too, have a Part 107 program that is targeted specifically to veterans of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. Those keeping even first responders would be in that. If you are a vet or you know a vet, they may even have training in some of their previous deployments or training to be deployed in the UAV, the drone space. They don't even need that. The Vets to Drone program take members, former active serving members of the military, and they train them on that Part 107, also different ways to apply drones in a whole bunch of different industries. And the Vets to Drones program help those vets get their Part 107 and work in those industries, whether it's film, movies, television, with commercial photography with a drone. I mean, that's real estate, that's wind and wind damage, roof inspections, hydro inspections, electric inspections on those power lines as well. Also in agriculture, we're talking bigger fleets, and they need pilots, especially now as the innovation is changing. A lot of these companies are going with solely U.S. built drones that may not have the same features as some of those import drones. Those import drones, renowned for just letting go of the controls, it's going to stick there. Get lost, hit a button, it comes home and lands where it takes off, right? Well, all this new technology that is becoming legal may not have as fancy of a return to home or a leveling or a GPS in it. And so the solution to that is, drone pilots that know how to fly line of sight without the assistance of a barometer or GPS, which is very difficult to do. You got to figure out which way the drone is pointing. Of course, FPV, being able to take those drones in those unique places. It's more than just that viral video, being able to take that drone, put it maybe down in a tunnel for an inspection. With agriculture, drones have really changed agriculture, allowing the pilot to run a drone doing an orthomosaic map, one big stitch satellite type image, be able to see heights of the crop, see the temperature that of the field, be able to see the elevation changes of the field, go into another bit of and pump that into their spraying drone, be able to know what parts of the field needs a little more attention as well. Drones have definitely changed almost every single industry. We talk about film industry. My favorite movies for drone footage, Bird Box with Sandra Bullock when she is in the canoe. Amazing drone videos. That's one of our former buddies, FPV Chat, was second in command flying those drones with $1 million cameras on it over a river, which is scary on any drone, right? Over water, you're always going to have a little bit of a pucker factor. And Ambulance may not have got the best ratings on Green Tomatoes, but I think of all the movies right now, Ambulance is the best for FPV footage. You have a ambulance being chased by a police car, hitting a ramp, and the camera literally going underneath. That's was piloted by our 2017 MultiGP champion, Captain Vanover, and the 2016 Drone Racing League World Champion, Jordan Temkin, coming from drone racing into the film industry. Ambulance, if you haven't seen it, it's on Netflix. You're not going to Netflix and chill with it because it's too intense. And, drones, even when it comes to those smaller productions, back in the day, it would cost upwards of $7,000 to $10,000 to rent a crane just to be able to hold that camera, the operators on the floor, to do that drop-in shot. Now it can be done with the simple push in the sticks of our of a drone pilot. So Vets to Drones, great program right there, along with Pilot Institute to help you flying legally. And looks like we are getting our next heat ready to fly, match number 3. And we are just moments away. They're saying all thumbs. Are we good to go? Let's do it. Good luck, pilots. We appreciate your patience. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. So a little bit of a hiatus, but not the worst. We are now racing for real, having fun inside of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Picking things up here. We're in the top 16, 52 pilots down to 16, and this is a preliminary race. And we have our first victim. That is Wesley FPV down on the opening lap. And so your leader here after 1 is going to be the second seed in this one, YCAF of Virginia Tech. We were talking about Bean Bastic earlier, the highest seed from Virginia Tech, trying to get a three-peat for the school team. Let's not forget about YCAF, 5th overall in qualifying, and he's your leader here by 4 seconds. You got Stir Fry and Space God. The third and final lap as we look to Stir Fry and Space God to catch up. Here comes Stir Fry, 1 to go, and here in Space God. It's Space God just ahead of Stir Fry by 0.7 of a second. Well, we wave a checker, though, for YCAF. He is going to win match number 3 as we are now cooking with grease again. And now, who's going to be second or third? Space God had the advantage. He lines things up on that start-finish gate. And Space God going to move on in our winner's bracket. Third, missing that transfer position by 4.4 seconds, going to be Stir Fry. And fourth, to your high seed here in match number 3, is Wesley FPV. So we get set to move YCAF and Space God up to match number 8. And that'll take Stir Fry and Wesley FPV to match number 7. Let's hit some buttons. And everything is good. Up next, match number 4. Sonic FPV of Virginia Tech, 16th in qualifying this weekend. Zyke and Princess J, 9th and 8th in qualifying, both of Oregon State University. And our top qualifier, Pino, and reigning Collegiate Drone Racing Champion. Looking to go back-to-back, be his 3rd Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, and right now, trying to collect those points. Could put Northeastern number 1 on those team points so far. That would be the first team win. So looking at the team points there earlier, Northeastern leading right now. That includes some eliminated pilots, and they're only going to get more pilots as we venture here further in our championship top 16. There's a look at what we just did. Match number 3, the win going to YCAF of Virginia Tech. Space God in second of Oregon State University. So they are winners bracket bound. As we await your next 4 to work, as your number 16 seed of 52 and your top qualifier of the 62-52. I see 4 pilots on the blocks, 4 quads on the blocks. There's a look at your 4 getting set to fly. Video's starting to come in. Just hitting some buttons here in live time. Behind the scenes, our official timing and scoring partner, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Gates are standing up. Well, let's go green. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Lesson 5. Fantastic start. Your top qualifier, first one through, then Princess J, Sonic, FPV, Zyke Fire, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pino had the field by 1 3/4 second per lap, and he's going to try and maintain it. Going to try and keep Ironman mode engaged. If he wins all of his bracket races, when we get to the last one, it's a one and done, and he's already 1 lap on his way to his first win of the afternoon. Pino, and then you drop 2.3 seconds back to Princess J. Now Zyke Fire on that lead lap, and looks like Sonic FPV is our victim on the opening lap. And so looking at Princess J, if he can take Iron Man away, and looking at Zyke Fire to see if he can break the top 2 for a transfer position. He's about 3 seconds back. 2 laps down, 1 more lap to go for Pino. He's working on lap number 3. There's Princess J onto that 3rd lap, and looking for Zyke Fire. He gets onto the 3rd lap as well. 3.6 seconds back from the transfer position. So far, everyone is flying smooth. Issues for Zyke Fire, a little breathing room now for Princess J. And Pino gets his 3 in. Ironman mode engaged for the reigning Collegiate Drone Racing Champion. It is a win here in match number 4 for Pino. Princess J getting across the line, 11.6 seconds back in second in the number 2 spot. Zyke Fire pulling up 3rd, and Sonic FPV in 4th. Everybody down. They are cheering on Oregon. Skyo FPV, so let's go, Oregon. Well, Oregon pulled up a second. Princess J moving into that winner's bracket here from the preliminary round. Zyke Fire still with a chance. Going down into that redemption bracket. No stranger to our Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Kind of a staple, a veteran as it were. And is back with a vengeance. Princess J, when you come back in match 8, you're going to come back on race band 8. And Sonic FPV, you're coming back on race band 3. Sonic FPV to race band 3 when you come back with Zyke Fire in match number 7. Princess J to race band 8 when you come back with Pino in match number 8. That is match number 4 complete. So our preliminary round is done. Now into our first redemption bracket race. While we have a moment, of course, we want to thank Susan Cohen and the team of the Carolina Drone Research Lab, our hosts here for the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. And our thanks as well to Joe Sharp, a Lampe Joint Department of Biomedical Engineering at the University of North Carolina, our hosts here for the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Coming up, match number 5. So 3rd and 4th in this next matchup. Going to finish in that 13 to 16 spot overall. Top 2 staying alive, advancing a little further in our redemption bracket. It'll be Fuego, University of Central Florida, Bean Bastic of Virginia Tech, Baxoni of ETS, and Aerial Adventures of Oregon State University. Just saw Baxoni 2 weeks ago with the Mayhem team race. Finished up second on Team Canada. Saw a few. In fact, in the on-deck circle, we saw Long XL, Podium and Mayhem, and a Podium in individual racing as well, I believe. Drone racing season. Racing on a team, racing individually 2 weeks ago. Now racing individually and on a team. Yes, I said it both ways. The Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, we look at those individual points. First place, where your top 3 pilots, we'll take them from each team for the team points, is based on your individual performance. They are scrambling to get set. Skyo FPV says, let's get it, Felix, aka Aerial Adventures. All right, we are set to go green. Match number 5, top 16 of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Good luck. Arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. Up and at him we go. Another fantastic start. They're almost 4 wide through that whole shot gate. Early leaders Baxoni. Right behind him, Bean Bastic and Aerial Adventures 1, 2, and 3. And we lost Fuego. Now Bean Bastic up in the number 1 spot. What was he, like second in qualifying? They're talking about Bean Bastic, and he is showing you why, as Baxoni and Aerial Adventures right now tangled in a battle for second, third. As we switch things up, how about Bean Bastic, Baxoni, and Aerial Adventures 1, 2, and 3? Less than 1.2 seconds separating our top 3 pilots remaining. This is an elimination race, and now, oh no, issues for Baxoni. He drops into third. Bean Bastic pulling away. This is scary. Remember, the first ever collegiate champion came out of the redemption bracket. Bean Bastic trying to do the same thing. He's 2 down, 1 to go. On to lap 3, we take Bean Bastic. Baxoni with a recovery. He gets on to lap number 3. He got by Aerial Adventures. Aerial Adventures must have had a little bit of a hiccup there. So it's Bean Bastic, Baxoni, your top 2 here on this final lap. Aerial Adventures trying to play some catch-up. He's 4.6 seconds back from the transfer position to stay alive here in our top 16. As the white flag is flown, now the checkered flies. Bean Bastic and Baxoni finishing up 1.0 seconds apart, just a second separating them in the top 2 positions to move on in our redemption bracket. Checkered flag flies for Aerial Adventures as well, but he's going to finish up third, missing that cut by 6.9 seconds. So Baxoni with the win. Bean Bastic with the win. Baxoni second. And no channel changes. We take them to match number 9. No channel changes for Bean Bastic and Baxoni. That's Virginia Tech and ETS. Moving on to match number 9 in our redemption bracket. And journey coming to an end for Aerial Adventures of Oregon State University and Fuego, University of Central Florida. And they are going to finish up somewhere in that 13 to 16 range. We have another race to go before those final positions are tallied and put onto our team list. Yeah, you should have bumped YKF and Space God to match number 8, right? Okay. YKF, Space God, Pino, and Princess J. Yes. Stir Fry, Wesley, Zyke, Fire, Sonic, and PD. We are cooking with grease. Match number 6. Top 2 advancing to our semifinal of the winners brackets versus Pino and Princess J, I believe. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Less than 5. Off to the races we go. Again, it's match number 6, winners bracket. Top 2 to the semifinal, bottom 2 into the redemption bracket. Whole shot went to Long XL, and he's got the early lead on this one. Then it's iPicky _ FPV running 3rd, Jeff Theory in 4th. But the race is a 1 on lap number 1. Takes 3 laps to decide who is moving up, who is moving down, and 1 lap down, 2 to go for Long XL. iPicky right across the line in 2nd. 2 laps to go for him. 2.7 seconds back from our leader, _ FPV. 4.4 seconds back from the top 2 transfer positions. It looks like Jeff Theory may be done right now. So 2 seconds separating 1st to 2nd, 4 seconds separating 2nd and 3rd. We're seeing a little bit of gap in separation as we are now on the final lap. Long XL leading by 4 seconds over iPicky. 4.8 seconds back in 2nd, and _ FPV about to, well, he's already on that 3rd and final lap. He's 7.5 seconds back from the top 2 to go winners bracket bound. Long XL is going to the semifinal, the winners brackets. And iPicky will join him, finishing up 7.5 seconds back in 2nd. That gives 3rd to _ FPV as he finishes up right there, finishing 9.2 seconds away from the top 2. 4th to Jeff Theory. And so we get set to move up. Long XL and iPicky to match 11. Should be no channel changes of the first 2 to move into that semifinal, the winners bracket. And so that's match 11 for Long XL and iPicky. And that'll move into our redemption bracket, _ FPV and Jeff Theory, moving down to match number 9. And that should, there may be a channel change there. We'll get an update from the field. No channel changes, no channel changes. Match number 6 complete. We also want to thank our friends at T Hobby for their support of this event. Also known as T Motor, number 1 motor in the game. They got so many innovations. So the drone racing space, I've been talking about drones and cinematography. Well, T Motor is there. In fact, world record setting drones. That Red Bull drone kind of looked like a soda bottle. Got up to speeds of 600 miles an hour, land speed record. T Motor was there. Visit them. T Hobby. Our friends T Hobby, uav-en.tmotor.com. We also want to thank Emax for being a part of everything. Collegiate Drone Racing Association. Big fans of Emax. 5-star trusted reviews, lowest prices direct from manufacturer for parts and accessories for Tiny Hawk, Easy Pilot, Hawk drones. Get top customer support from Emax, emax-usa.com. Let's see. Wesley, Zyke-Fire, Sonic. Yeah, Pino shouldn't be in this. Yeah, we should have Stir Fry, Wesley FPV, Zyke-Fire, and Sonic FPV. Making some changes to our scoring computer. Mm-hmm.
Talking about the channel.
Hey, Doug, do you want to do those videos, Vets to Drones, TBS and HE0? So we're just doing a little bit of attendance here in Collegiate Drone Racing, and a little bit of a switch up in our roll call. So we're going to get our next 4 pilots set to fly. It'll be Stir Fry, Wesley FPV, Zyke and Sonic FPV that we're looking for now. On deck will be YKF, Space God, Pino, Princess J, and the whole will be Beanbastic, Backsony, _ FPV, and Jeff Theory. Well, we come back after the attendance, the roll call, and the quad swap. Match number 7 is where we're at. 3rd and 4th going to put us in that 13 to 16 range. And top 2, of course, staying alive. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. Live on the tone. Lesson 5. We are off like a shot. Whole shot going to go to Sonic FPV. I think he was trying to conserve some lipo there. It was a little bit of a late start on the video downlink, but he was full send. As we now move Wesley FPV up into the number 1 spot. Zyke Fire up into 2nd. Stir Fry, I believe, 3rd. Sonic FPV 4th, but it's a little early yet. Here's Wesley FPV onto lap number 2. Zyke Fire, 9/10 of a second back in the number 2 spot. So he gained a gate there. And now Stir Fry and Sonic FPV tangled up there in 3rd and 4th. And looks like issues for Zyke Fire. He's back up, going to try and recover. He was running 2nd. He had a 4-second lead over 3rd and 4th, but now a gray screen. So that's going to open things up for a crazy battle for 2nd place. Wesley FPV goes on to lap number 3. That just leaves us Stir Fry and Sonic FPV. There's Stir Fry on the last lap. Sonic FPV 1.9 seconds back in 2nd in pressure. Sonic FPV succumbs to it. And Stir Fry comes down for some reason. Stir Fry, you still have another lap. I don't know what he's doing. Looks like it might be a race to turtle. There's only one pilot who's done 3 laps. That's Wesley FPV. And so issues for Sonic FPV. Stir Fry down. He's trying to recover his craft remotely out of turtle mode. And if he can just do a couple of gates here and get by the down Sonic FPV, we'll give him the 2nd place. Over to that dive. And getting set to elevate up. And to our checker. There we go. I think someone, a spotter, told Stir Fry, like, yeah, you got it, because Sonic FPV was done. But they both crashed on the same lap. They're only separated by 1.9 seconds. Well, no, Sonic crashed. Stir Fry came into pit. And so technically, if Stir Fry didn't take off again, Sonic may have gone further. But that one is now going to be done. We're going to give third to Sonic, fourth to Zychfire. So their final positions have now been calculated. We'll take Wesley FPV and Stir Fry to match number 10. And no channel changes. No channel changes. Get set for match number 8. We will do a team roster update on those points here in just a moment, as we take a second to visit with our friends at Orca. We've eliminated 4 pilots now. So Fuego of the University of Central Florida finishing 16th. Zychfire of Oregon State University finishing 15th. Sonic FPV of Virginia Tech finishing 14th. And Aerial Adventures of Oregon State University as well, finishing the number 13 spot. That has now changed our overall team points by a big way. I just named off 2 pilots from Oregon State University. That is now putting Oregon State University number 1, right? We just eliminated. Let me look at them bracket points. So, with Aerial Adventures finishing 13th overall and Zychfire finishing 15th overall, that gives them a bunch of those bracket points. That puts them number 1 ahead of Virginia Tech. Now, they just also eliminated a pilot that moved from 3rd into 2nd. We are going to see a lot more shuffling up in that leaderboard as we continue progressing up our ladder. We started with 52 yesterday morning. We're down to 16 about an hour ago, and now we are down to your top 12. We're at match number 8. Winners bracket, top 2 in this advance to the semifinal of the winners bracket versus Long XL and iPicky. That'll be Princess J and Space God of Oregon State University, Pino of Northeastern University, our top qualifier, and YKF of Virginia Tech. So I believe, yeah, that's your top 3 teams on team points. This is a winner's bracket race, so we won't be adding any points, but basically we are upping the amount of points that they could earn for their respective teams here in match number 8, quarterfinal round of our winners brackets. Looks like we're just looking for video from YKF, and we're going to launch this party. Got full video. All right, pilots, arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. Rough start for Princess J. I don't know if that's a prop on backwards, but immediately went inverted back at the line. Could be bad news for Oregon State University after they just took the lead into the redemption bracket. We are going to take him. Your qualifier, Pino, reigning Collegiate Drone Racing Champion, looking to get a win. He's got your lead after one and a hot lap as well. He's got the lead by 3 seconds over YKF, who's running second. Space God running third. Space God 3.4 seconds back from punching his ticket to the winner's bracket. Pino, YKF, your top two at the moment, but Space God is within less than 3 seconds away from changing things up in a big way. Pino now on to lap number 3. 2 down, 1 to go. YKF onto that third lap as well. 4 seconds behind our leader and about 5 or 6 seconds now ahead of third. Space God dropping 7 seconds back onto this third and final lap. Now, we've seen all kinds of crazy things happen on lap number 3, but Pino now moves to the semifinal of the winner's bracket with Ironman mode engaged. Another win for our top qualifier, Pino. Second, going to go to YKF, finishing up second, 6.7 seconds back. Third, going to go to Space God, and I'll give Princess J fourth place and a chance to put that prop on the right way. All smiles from our top qualifier, Pino. He knows the deal. He knows what's going on. He is on his way to maybe a win. A big win for him. Back-to-back Collegiate Drone Racing Championships, and that may be enough points to put Northeastern top school team for the first time. He's got your win. He is in our the winner's bracket along with YKF. I'm not sure if we have any channel changes to worry about. Space God and Princess J will go down into... Yeah, we do have channel changes. Pino, you're going to go to race band 6, YKF to R8 when you guys come back in match 11. And into that redemption bracket, Space God and Princess J. So there's a look at our bracket. And so I keep touching on Ironman. If this is a first-time visit to the format, we'll explain things to you. Let's go full bracket if you could. So the top qualifier, TQ, Pino, you see him in match number 4. When we get to the final four, we will do what we call Chase the Ace. We will run the final 4 repeatedly until someone gets 2 wins, 2 aces. 4 pilots in the final, could be 2 rounds, could be 5 rounds. However, if the top qualifier wins all their bracket races, that means they are the Ironman. And when we get to the final, that means they would only need to win the first race. If they win that first race, we are done because the top qualifier has beaten all the pilots in qualifying and in the brackets as well. Looking at Pino's journey, it was race 4, won that. Match number 8, won that. We can get to the semifinal, the winner's bracket. If he wins that, he'll have Ironman mode engaged, which means when we get to match number 11, it'll be on Long XL, iPicky, or YKF to win that semifinal, the winner's bracket, match number 11. And if they do, we will go to more innings. We'll run that final 4 again and again, dare I say again and again and again, till someone wins 2 aces. That means if it goes to 5 rounds, everyone gets an ace. It would be sudden death. We haven't seen one of those in a wee while. Will we see one at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship? Now, if the TQ, the Ironman, doesn't win that first one, then we reset full Chase the Ace. Let's see how it plays out. Rematch 9, redemption bracket race. Third and fourth going to finish in that 9 to 12 range. Overall, of our field of 52, competing in the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Good luck, pilots. Arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. Off to the races we go, and for the first time, a good start for everybody. Baxoni with the whole shot in the early lead. Looked like an interesting line for him, and that, I believe, moved up. Bean Bastic into the lead, then underscore FPV catching up. Oh, Baxoni flying hard into, I believe, Jeff Theory. Both of them surviving that epic crash right there. Not sure if we're going to be able to play that back a little bit later on, but now Jeff Theory down. Our leaders on lap number 2, Bean Bastic and underscore FPV, separated by 2 seconds. All eyes are right now on Baxoni. He is 7.9 seconds back from staying alive in the competition. He's got to catch underscore FPV or even Bean Bastic to stay alive. So he's got to find a gear, find a tighter line. basically not look for any more mistakes, and he may be able to do it. Bean Bastic and underscore FPV onto lap number 3. All eyes on Baxoni. He gets onto lap number 3. I think he's found about 2 seconds. He's 5.4 seconds back in third. Bean Bastic on the gas, going fast around the extended swoopy section, which means he is checkered flag bound. Bean Bastic gets the win, and second is gonna go to underscore FPV was only a gate ahead of Baxoni. Baxoni finishing up 0.3 of a second back, but had to double back for the start finish gate. That would have been probably one of the biggest comebacks in collegiate drone racing history right there. After lap 1, Baxoni was 7 seconds back. After lap 2, he was 5 seconds back. And had he had a clean pass at the start finish gate, it would have been 0.3 of a second back. But unfortunately missed that start finish gate. That was after a tough break there with the midair with Jeff Theory. And so, that results are unofficial. They are going to play that one back. We are under a review on that one right there. Let's see how it plays out, what the story is. And results are official. Results are official on that one. Let's take a little look. Hold on a second, Dougie. I got a weird thing in front here. Okay, now we're good. Underscore FPV, bottom left-hand side, Baxoni in the top right-hand side. You're going to see a finish in real time first. 0.3 of a second apart. Soon as I hit the right button, here we go. There's underscore FPV, and there's Baxoni trying to hit that start finish gate. Remember, he was 7 seconds back, then 5 seconds back. Let's play it back here one more time. See if we can do a little frame to frame action. I maybe went a hair back too far. No, I didn't go back far enough. One more time here. This is for the fans at home. This is results are official on that last one. This is a review in the raw for the fans watching Baxoni just about catch underscore FPV. So back underscore FPV comes out, lining up on that start finish gate. Baxoni comes around. He lines up on the start finish gate. And we're not talking much difference there, huh? 0.3 of a second. Underscore FPV. Then Baxoni. It's a coulda, shoulda, woulda, because he was lining things up and he missed the start finish gate. Had to double back on that one. Unfortunately. Results are official. We'll be doing some tabulating here momentarily. And we are about to go green, match number 10. All right, pilots. Arm your quads. We are live on the tone in less than 5. We are off to the races once again. A great day for drone racing. 83 degrees in the sunshine. This is match 10. Top 2 staying alive. Bottom 2 will be done. Looks like issues for stir fry here on lap number 1. And Wesley FPV leading our charge. On to lap number 2, we take them. Now you're looking at Princess J and Space God. They are side by side in a battle for second, third for that other transfer position. Starting with 4 down to 3. Now Stir Fry might be able to get back up in the air. As we look at your leader, Wesley FPV working on lap number 2. And now going on to lap number 3. Now we look down to Princess J and Space. There's Princess J onto the final lap. Gapping Space God a little bit here for that second transfer position. They're separated by 4.7 seconds. Wesley FPV just running his own race right now. Going to advance to match number 12 if he's able to get to that checkered first, and really just doesn't need to make a mistake, and he is in. Now it's on Princess J, and Princess J is in 1.8 seconds back off of our leader, and that is where the journey ends right there for Space God. The win going to Wesley FPV, second going to Princess J. So one OSU pilot will live on. We'll give a couple points to the other. Space God third in the match, Stir Fry fourth in the match. Unofficial results. Results are official. Nothing to review. And so that means we now have a little bit of a look at our. Now we take, we got some channel changes. Princess J to R3. Wesley is going to go to R3, rather. Wesley to R3, Princess J to race band 8 when you come back in match number 12, I believe. And so now we have the final ranking there for our 4 eliminated in matches 9 and 10. Jeff Theory, Oregon State University, going to finish up in the number 12 overall. Stir Fry of Northeastern University finishing up in the number 11 spot overall. Then into our top 10, Space God of Oregon State University in the number 10 spot, and Baxoni of ETS finishing 9th overall. That's after qualifying 6, so top 10 finish for Baxoni. And that now giving a few more of those bracket points to Oregon State University. They still sit number 1, but you also got some points being awarded to Northeastern in the mix by way of Stir Fry, and Virginia Tech getting a few points there moments ago as well. So your top 3 remaining are top 3. Now leaderboard could change here a fair bit, as we are now down to the final 8. What does that mean? Hole shot rule is now in play. Contact resulting in a crash before our hole shot gate. We will call it back. And then you take a look at the teams remaining. Right now, Oregon State University sits number 1, and they have 2 pilots remaining in the competition. iPicky, who is 7th in qualifying, and Princess J, who is 8th in qualifying. That could be some fantastic news for OSU. Virginia Tech, they are looking for that 3-peat, but they only have 1 pilot remaining in the competition. 2nd in qualifying this weekend. That is Bean Bastic now carrying the torch for Virginia Tech. Then we got some singles. Long XL from University of Southern California. He is the sole pilot from the team, so not really going to play too much here on our team points. Underscore FPV still in. He is with Duke. Right now they're dropped down to 10th, but they could gain a bunch of points here. Wesley FPV of Boston University could be breaking the top 10. And so team points right now, all eyes are going to be on iPiggy and Princess J from Oregon State University. And of course, our top qualifier with Ironman mode engaged, Pino from Northeastern. Could a win be enough points over everyone else's tighter finishes right now? Because, well, an army of 1 at this point. Stir Fry is eliminated, 11th place points right now. Zorion, 22nd place points. And Riteki, 24th place points. You're going to slide Pino right now in that top 8. Could get that first win. Not the worst. Podium finish for the team. We make the preparations. We're at match 11. That was 10. Match 11. Long XL. iPicky. Pino. YKF. Top 2 in this advance to our final 4 for the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. 3rd and 4th, well, they're going into the redemption bracket semifinal. Sometimes in match 11, semifinal, the winners bracket, revisit in our final four. There's a couple more pilots saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't count us out yet. Another 4 pilots waiting in the wings. Lots to be decided. Pilots are ready to fly. Good luck, contenders. Arm your quadcopters. We are live on the tone in less than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wide through our start-finish gate. 0.3 of a second separating them. You're watching iPiggy leading a Pinot right now with Long XL, YKF right in the mix. Now Pinot back up in the lead. Long XL into second. iPiggy 1.1 seconds back from the transfer position. Then you got YKF 3.9 seconds separating all 4 pilots as your leader again, Pinot, back in that number 1 spot. At qualifying, got them by almost 2 seconds. Now it's in brackets, and he's just looking for W's and wins. He is now on lap number 3. Long XL running second, 2.4 seconds behind Pinot. Now iPiggy in third, 3.9 seconds from the transfer position, and YKF in fourth. So we're about 2 to 4 seconds, first to second, second to third, third to fourth. Seen a little gap in separation, and Pinot goes into your final 4 with Ironman mode engaged, winning all of his bracket races here this afternoon. Second, going to go to Long XL, 3.6 seconds behind our leader. Then we drop about 5 seconds back to iPicky, and YKF will pull up fourth. And so we will take iPicky and YKF to match number 13, semifinal, the redemption bracket. And Long XL and Pinot are going to your final 4 for an Ironman Chase the Ace final, the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Results are official and no channel changes, no channel changes. I want to thank our friends at Radio Master for their continued support of drone racing, specifically the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, answering the calls of hobbyists around the globe. They're dedicated to the continuous evolution of the hobby, keeping open hardware standards and open source platforms affordable and accessible to everyone. You can find out more about Radio Master, radiomasterrc.com. We also want to thank HQ Prop for their support of this event, one of the most professional propeller manufacturers in all of China. They're designed to give you maximum control and responsiveness up at speed. Customer satisfaction is their primary goal, and they assure you will receive a well-balanced propeller at a lower cost. You can visit them on the interwebs as well, hqprop.com. We ran a lot of HQ props a year ago at the International Open in our Pro Spec race and our Freedom Spec race as well. Saw a demand there in the YouTube chat for more heavy racing at International Open. You never know. You never know. Right now, we're at 200 pilots in attendance. Will we break the record, which I believe is 324 from 2018? We will see. Match number 12. Redemption bracket race. We know the positions on this one. 3rd and 4th or 7th and 8th overall. Top 2 will race back-to-back in the semifinal, the redemption bracket versus iPicky and YKF. The top 2 in that matchup will advance to match number 14. We'll look at our flight line, our spectators lined up, see how this plays out. What a wild weekend. The University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. Match number 12. 3rd and 4th, going to finish up 7th and 8th. 1st and 2nd, racing back-to-back. Princess J of OSU looking to make it to that Final 4. Then mathematically, that may give OSU the win. We got a lot of racing to get there yet. Bean Bastic carrying the torch in 2025. For the three-peat for Virginia Tech. _ FPVs representing Duke, and Boston University's Wesley FPV. Those are your 4 pilots getting set to fly. We're going green. Pilots, arm your quads. We're live on the tone in less than 5. Up and at 'em we go. 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. 52 pilots, 12 teams, down to 8. Here are 4 of them vying to stay alive. A lot of big things can happen here. Individual points, huge. Team points, huge. And watching Bean Bastic and Wesley FPV. There you're talking. Now you got Princess J in the mix and underscore as well. Holy. Wesley FPV, Bean Bastic, Princess J, and underscore FPV. 3.9 seconds separating our entire field after 1. And we just lost underscore FPV stuck in a gate. There's Wesley FPV and Bean Bastic crossing over almost a 10th of a second apart in the 1 and 2 positions. We know the story for OSU. Princess J needs to catch up, and we just lost Wesley FPV. So this could be huge for OSU. This could be huge as well for Virginia Tech. There's Bean Bastic across the line, getting his 3 laps in to win match number 12. And for OSU, Princess J underway, underscore back up, so was able to recover the craft. Wesley FPV recovering his craft as well, but not going to be enough. We will give second to Princess J in this one to move back to back with Bean Bastic. And that is going to, well, it looks like we're still battling it out here for third. Wesley FPV on lap number 3, underscore FPV on lap number 2. And so this is to make it official here. Wesley FPV will finish up third, underscore getting onto that lap. But when the leader crosses onto the lap, the final lap and through that start finish gate, everyone finishes up. So your finish order, Bean Bastic first, Princess J second, Wesley FPV third, underscore FPV in fourth. Yeah, just add a lap. They missed his first lap. So if you just add him 1, it'll be Bean Bastic and Princess J. If you No. Bean Bastic first. What Princess J second. Wesley third, underscore fourth. And so results, I believe, have now been tallied and totaled and corrected. So Bean Bastic with the win, racing back-to-back. Princess J second, back-to-back. And so Wesley FPV and underscore FPV, their journey coming to an end. We got a channel change, Princess J to race band 6. So Wesley FPV going to finish up 7th overall, getting a few more points for Boston University, underscore FPV, 8th overall. Couple points for Duke. We're down to just 6 pilots. 2 of them from OSU, 2 of them for Virginia Tech. For some reason, the setting didn't NASCAR. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess you could. I would just bump up those 2 and be done with it, but yeah, I've calculated score points. There's a look at your school points right now, and I'm going to read you the teams remaining in the competition. Our top qualifier, Pino, Northeastern University. He is a sole pilot left from Northeastern. You got Long XL from University of South Carolina, really just competing in the individual component. So you got Northeastern right now, second points with the TQ, 1 pilot remaining. You got Virginia Tech. Right now, they are third on points, but they have 2 pilots remaining. YKF, 5th in qualifying. Bean Bastic, 2nd in qualifying. So right now, they're third, but we haven't awarded those points. They could jump up big for Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech wins, they get the 3-peat, 3 times school champions. Who does that leave? The team that is number 1 on points right now, Oregon State University. That is 7th in qualifying, iPicky, 8th in qualifying, Princess J. So basically, those 3 teams of the top 3, that is your podium. But who is going to be the winning team? 2nd and 3rd? That is yet to be decided because we're down to 6 pilots. After we run match number 13, that means we'll be down to 4. The numbers will change after 13. This one may be a buzzer beater. It's a back-to-back situation. We'll be back with match number 13 after we check out some of the feature events of the 2025 MultiGP season. Yeah, great look at one of our starts of the season, the Mayhem team race 2 weeks ago. And of course, we are counting down the days to the International Open, June 11 through 15 at the Academy of Model Aeronautics. I believe it's the 9th International Open. If it's not the 9th, it's the 8th. 200 pilots so far in attendance. Could be over 300. 6 tracks, 5 days of fun. MultiGP.com for more information. Get your tickets as well. Let's go green. Match number 13. Top 2 staying alive. Pilots, arm your quads. Live in less than 5. Off leg a shot, all 4 through our start-finish gate. 0.3 of a second or less separating them. And issues for Bean Bastic. He's going to be your first one to try and recover as YKF your leader. Then iPicky, then Princess J. Princess J and iPiggy are only about a gate apart, less than that. And it looks like Princess J just got by iPiggy. That is for second. And Bean Bastic is back in the mix as well. Right now, YKF leading by 1.8 seconds. iPiggy running second. Then you drop 0.7 of a second back to Princess J. And then 2 seconds back to Bean Bastic. 4 seconds separating all 4 pilots now. Great recovery for Bean Bastic. He may be able to redeem himself here as we're wrapping up lap number 2, still with 1 more lap to go. There's YCAP onto the final lap. Princess J, 1.5 seconds back in second. Bean Bastic now 2.8 seconds back, and we just lost Princess J. So Bean Bastic now back up into second, and we look to iPiggy, 2.9 seconds back from elimination. YCAF, lap number 3, final lap to the checkered. YCAF is in your final 4. Virginia Tech with a pilot to defend to go for that 3-peat as well. Second gonna go to Bean Bastic. So 2 pilots from Virginia Tech now advancing to our final 4. iPiggy gonna finish up 3rd. That is gonna put him in the number 5 spot overall. 4th to Princess J, I believe, as we hit some buttons there. We have a move to R3. Wyckoff. Bean Bastic is going to move to race band 3. Bean Bastic to race band 3 when you come back with Wyckoff in our final 4. The 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship is Pinot, Long XL, Wyckoff, and Bean Bastic. And so points have been applied. And so OSU finishing up 5th and 6th overall by way of Ipiki and Princess J. That has them number 1 on points. But now we're down to the final 4. I was wondering why. I was just looking at some scenarios here behind the scenes. I'm like, why isn't it calculating? Because it's chase the ace. Of course. Okay, Virginia Tech, 2 pilots in the finals. They have a chance to win the three-peat. All eyes on Pinot. Northeastern has moved up into 2nd on the team points. And Long XL looking to win the individual racing. Carry that title home for the University of Southern California. Golden State represented in a big way. Well, many thanks to all those local corporate and national partners bringing you the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. And of course, our thanks to the volunteers and the voluntolds helping on site to set up the event, run the event, and even clean up after the event. Thank you to our friends at Orca who are on site alongside of 533. Thanks for being a big part of the CDRC. Thanks as well to our hosts, Susan and Joe. We certainly appreciate your hospitality. Thank you to Two Dog RC, our flight line director and logistics manager. Grubby running the timing and scoring. Thank you to Millennial Falcon, Jordan, along with Katrina for all that they have done over the history of the Collegiate Drone Racing Association. With thanks as well to Henry helping from afar and our live stream producer, Diver Down, Doug Kling. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You got us to this point right now. Well, it comes time to shine inside of a sunny Sunday afternoon at the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Not the first time that we've raced drones, but this one could be one for the ages. A lot on the line, lots of storylines. Let's start things off with the schools. We are looking at a three-peat, 3 in a row. Does it go to Virginia Tech? They have 2 pilots inside of our final 4 as we get set to introduce you to our starting grid for the final 4 of the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Starting things off, coming in out of the redemption bracket, representing Virginia Tech. A big week in qualifying, 2nd overall in qualifying this weekend. It is Mr. Bean Bastic. Also, trying to carry that flag for the three-peat for Virginia Tech. His teammate coming in out of the redemption bracket. 5th in qualifying this weekend. Making the trip up from Missouri as well, YKF. Now into our winners bracket. We have team racing. We have individual racing as well. We have a pilot who's competing as an army of one. The sole pilot representing the University of Southern California. All the way from California by way of China, it's Long XL. 3rd in qualifying this week. What a week. And now in this final 4, will he win his first Collegiate Drone Racing Champion? We have won this event. I think we've awarded 6 Collegiate Drone Racing Champions. There have been multitudes of winners. On from 1 year ago. He is carrying the torch as well for Northeastern University. They are top 3, but can a win put Northeastern number 1 as well? He has Ironman mode engaged. He becomes your first ace to chase from Northeastern University. The reigning champ is back. It's Pino. 4 pilots getting set to fly. Here is the deal. If Pino wins this next race, he is your 2025 and back-to-back Collegiate Drone Racing Champion. It's on Long XL, YKF, and Bean Bastic to go the distance, to get a win and push it to extra innings. And they, too, have a chance to win the 2025 individual racing title. The pilots are set to fly. Is it Chase the Ace round number 1, or will it be a victory lap for another? We're about to find out. Pilots, let's see some video and arm your quads. We are live on the Tone in less than 5. We are off to the races, of course, watching for that big start, and it is a big start. We are racing for real, no contact, and Pino, your TQ, is not leading. YKF had his second up at the front now. He has crashed out. Now you got Long XL and Pino pushing 1 and 2. Pino getting by Long XL, but Long XL is only about 4 feet behind him. 1 lap down, onto lap 2. They're separated by 0.4 of a second. Pino ahead of a Long XL, and Bean Bastic about to get onto that lead lap. Pino got him by a 2 3/4 in qualifying. Now Long XL is going to crash out. He is trying to recover his craft remotely a la turtle mode. And Pino now leading on to the 3rd and final lap. We're looking to Bean Bastic, 2nd in qualifying here this week. He needs to find about 8 seconds in Pino. If this one goes another round, Bean Bastic gets onto that final lap. But we look to Pino. He's got about 2 turns before the checker. There it is, back to back and reigning Collegiate Drone Racing Champion from Northeastern University. That is Pino, your 2025 CDRC champion. Bean Bassett going to finish up strong. He gets his 3 laps in, so he will finish 2nd overall in the individual, right where he finished qualifying as well. Your 2025 reserve champion, Bean Bastic. 3rd, going to go to Long XL, his first Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, and he is now going to visit his first podium as well. Results are unofficial. They are playing it back. We know one thing, though. Pino is clean. There will not be a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th Chase the Ace round. We have officially crowned our back-to-back and reigning Collegiate Drone Racing Champion. However, the rest of those podium positions still to be decided. And just like that, results are official. 4th overall in individual racing from Virginia Tech, that will be YKEF. Your 2nd runner-up, 3rd on our podium, competing in his first Collegiate Drone Racing Championship, Long XL from the University of South California. Your reserve champ, that is none other than Bean Bastic, representing Virginia Tech. And now, back-to-back and reigning Collegiate Drone Racing Champion from Northeastern University, that is Pino. So, those points are in the system. Now we look at the other points in the system. And, well, taking a look at that leaderboard, it is all Virginia Tech. Yes, sir. They got the win. Let's take a look at how Virginia Tech got that win. They came in number 1 after qualifying by way of Bean Bastic, who was 2nd in qualifying, YKEF, who was 5th in qualifying, and Sonic FPV, who is 3rd in qualifying. Then we take a look at those bracket finishes. Sonic FPV finished up 3rd overall. Finished 3rd back in 14th overall. Finished 3rd in his bracket race back in round match 5 or 7. So Sonic FPV in the brackets getting a bunch of points. YKEF, who just finished up 4th moments ago, throw his points in the mix. And Bean Bastic winning the reserve title in the individual racing in the brackets. That is enough to put Virginia Tech number 1, your top team in the 2025 Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Oregon had them for the longest time there as we were watching the leaderboard update over the course of the event as well. They are your reserve championship team. Coming by way of qualifying was Zyke who was 9th in qualifying, Princess J, who was 8th in qualifying, and iPicky, who was 7th in qualifying, and a pretty good showing for them in the brackets as well. As we look to your 3rd top pilot in brackets, that was Space God, who we finished 10th overall in individual. Princess J, who finished up in the number 6 spot overall. And top pilot iPicky finishing up 3rd in the semifinal, the redemption bracket, to make them your reserve champions and your 2nd runners up, 3rd overall. Northeastern University finally getting that elusive team podium, 3rd overall from the qualifying. That came by way of Pino, our top qualifier and individual event champion. Stir Fry, who is 12th in qualifying, and Zorion, who is 25th in qualifying. At the bracket here for Northeastern, That is, we're going to get some points here from Zorion, who finished about in 22nd overall. We lost him in the pro next 16, match number 13. Stir Fry, who is 11th overall. We lost at about match 9 or 10. And Pino, again, your top qualifier and individual racing finish. So 8 pilots on the team, taking your top 3 from your brackets and from your qualifying. Pino, Stir Fry, and Zorion putting Northeastern, your second runners-up, 3rd overall on our podium of the teams. Oregon State University, your reserve team champions, and the three-peat for Virginia Tech, 2023, 2024, and now 2025. Virginia Tech are your top team pilots. What a day. What a race. And now it's time for our podium presentation. So the 2025 Collegiate Drone Race Championship. We're going to turn things over to Mark Grohe, Two Dog RC, our race manager and overall logistics manager as well with MultiGP, as he is about to award a ton of hardware down in our podium presentation.
I guess we could call it the CDRC pit timing booth. And we got our champions. We had a great race today, a lot of battles. We had wins, we had hackers. It was crazy stuff. But we did end up crowning a champion. And our 3rd place in our top bracket is Mr. Long, all the way from USC, University of Southern California. Come on out here. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Trojans here.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, it was a pretty fun battle out here. A lot of good flying, a lot of fast flying. What's your favorite part about today?
My favorite part is, to be honest, is in the first rank, in the first qualify, actually is qualifying, because I see a lot of the students, they're really fast and it's better than in China. Yeah. So this is the reason why I'm still in here to join a race with you guys.
Oh, I appreciate it. Well, thanks for coming all the way to North Carolina for that. Now, I did see you just a couple weeks ago down in Mayhem, our 12-hour race, and now you're doing the individual racing. Which one do you like better?
I prefer like the CDRA because this the races I want to join the 2 years ago, 2 years before. Yeah.
Okay, and one more question. I know you've had some help here today. Is there anybody you want to say thank you to?
Actually, I want to say thank you to my girlfriend and to all the MultiGP crews. And finally, it's Pico. Yeah, he's really fast in the first and second lap. I pushed him a lot, and I'm crashed.
Well, it was because you added the challenge. Well, here's your prizes. You got some radio Emax module there, Radio Master, and your 3rd place trophy.
Yeah.
So let's get some pictures.
Yeah, let's go.
You want to put it on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I can help you out here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
The Olympics.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd place. Congratulations. All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year. Thank you. All right. Now, it was a lot of fun today. The next pilot coming out here, Mr. Beambastic. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mark.
It was a pleasure. I'm looking at all your leaderboard times on the same events that we're doing. I'm like, man, this guy's going to slay when he comes out here. And you did. You came out, you were representing your team really well. You represented Rect really well. Very professional. I saw you helping a lot of team members back there. You were either flying or helping somebody do something.
Oh, I was all over the place today, man. We had a great group of guys over there. We've been through hell and back, and I'm just so happy with how everyone flew today. Ups and downs, we just keep grinding, and I'm so proud of everyone there.
What'd you think of the wind out here?
I was not fazed by it at all. We're up in the mountains. We practice in this every day. So when I saw that it was super windy, I was like, this plays to our home field advantage.
Ah, that's kind of nice. You brought the home field advantage just down a little south here in North Carolina. Is there anybody that you want to say thank you to?
Probably too many people that I'm going to forget some people. But the first thing I want to first thank is Lou FPV for getting this team set up and, leading us to success. Like, you were an inspiration to me. And, I saw you flying when I was a freshman. I had never flown FPV before. And I watched this guy ripping, and I said, I want to do what he does one day. I wanted to be a collegiate champion. And while that didn't happen today, I got second. I flew my heart out, and I'm so happy. Lou, I hope you're proud of me, man. Also, shout out to my family. Just everyone who's watching. Thank you so much.
That was nice, Lou, and my family. Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's very proud of you. I'm going to give you your medal first because that's just easier to do. You can put that on for your second place. Over to goggles. We need everybody's special in their own special way. We got to remember that.
Let's actually get it on.
Yeah. You got to get the shout out to Wrecked. I like that. You got the shirt, the goggles with Wrecked,
The frame.
the frame.
Sorry, uptime FPV killer.
And here's some Emax motors that you want. Hopefully you didn't burn anything up.
I broke a lot today.
Excellent.
Fine.
All right, let's get some pictures. All right, thank you, Beambastic. Congratulations. Oh, so we'll see you later. All right, and now you've always got to have a champion in a MultiGP. Our goal is to make sure we complete a race and we crown a champion. And today it's Pino. Pino is our champion. Come on out here, Pino. I'm just going to give you your medal first. Get that on right away. Now, Pino's got a weird history in MultiGP. For the last couple of years, no matter what video we put together or picture, there's a Pino in it. He's kind of like the MultiGP Where's Waldo. But today was a little different. You stood out from the crowd by your speed, your smoothness. I watched a lot of your DVRs. What did you think about the competition here today?
The competition was pretty crazy. There were some people putting down really fast times, and I really had to push in the finals there. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it. It was really smooth, and the wind didn't phase you at all. It was like nothing, was it?
I mean, no, it was sure something. I had a lot riding on this. I had a lot of nerves for the race, so I'm happy I pulled it off.
And they're all gone now. Now, after the race, I haven't seen this before. I'm usually busy organizing. I don't get to see the fun stuff. But you did a thing over there in the field. What was that? And is there a name for that?
Sure. So the technical name, if you want to get nerdy, is a cart dub. I don't know how it started. I think I did a flip after winning 2 years ago or something. And somebody just yells out, do a flip at the end. And I kind of just do it.
Well, that works out pretty good. Now, Pino, we know at I.O. we always have an over 40 race. So when you get to be that age, I still want to see that flip.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, here's some prizes from Emax. You got a Cinehawk Mini and a little Radio Master keychain. So thanks you for coming out and congratulations.
Very good.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Pino. All right. Now, this is the CDRC Championship. So we also have awards for the fastest team. Now, this is something Joe has a spreadsheet that hopefully wasn't hacked as well during our feed. But I'm going to hand it back to Joe because I don't know who the top team is.
Well, the top team, no surprises there. It is Virginia Tech, your three-peat Collegiate Drone Racing Champions. We're bringing in the entire team here to take a look, do their thing. We're super stoked to have them all with us. What a great day of drone racing for Virginia Tech. 6 pilots. I got 7 pilots here. Perseverance, Notorior, Chris Cornwell, Mostly Genius RC, Sonic FPV, YCAF, and Bean Bastic, your 2025 and reigning now 3-time Collegiate Drone Racing Champions, Virginia Tech.
I think that's false, but okay. All right.
All right, Joe. Oh, hold on. We're checking the volume. Okay.
What's that?
Second. All right, Joe. I heard the first place. I guess we can
we
do
need
that.
our
But
top 3
I
and
also got
podium.
prizes for second and third. So who is our third place winner?
Well, your third place team, Northeastern University.
Who's it?
MH Nunes,
shoot,
along
I
with
can't hear.
Helios, Ruteki, Zorion, Stir
Did you
Fry,
hear what he said?
and Pino.
Okay. All right, Joe. I need to turn that up because I can't hear that. Northeastern. Okay. All right, Northeastern. All right, Northeastern University. Come on down. You are third place. I know Pino's from there. Pino. Pedro. Third place. Your team. Where's your team? Yeah. Come on in. Congratulations for third place, guys. Look at this. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent. Well, Well, he better get you because I got trophies for him. Pretty sure. All right. All right. This is, I'm probably gonna have to get out of this picture, but here, wait. Before, if you want, here's your trophy. There you go. Congratulations, guys. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Sure. There we go. Yes. All right. There's your third place collegiate champion. All right, congratulations, guys. And we've got a prize for you. It is this one. Hopefully this will be good for your team. You give it, use it as appropriate. So thank you very much, everyone. All right, thank you. I think you got to give one of the medals back to him, and I'll get you another one. All right, Joe. And who was second?
And your reserve champions, Oregon State University.
Oh, the Flying Beavers. Come on down, guys.
And I believe that is Subsonic Sam, Jeff Theory, Space God, Aerial Adventures, Zyfire, Princess J, and I Picky.
One more for short one. I'll get you another one. We got too many people. You're all winning.
Oregon University, your reserve champions.
Picture. And here's your prize, your Radio Master for your team.
Well, they actually.
Yeah, that's you got to find it. All right, congratulations. Oh, a couple pictures. There we go. All right, and I do remember. Thanks, guys. Congratulations, everyone. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. I hope you had a great time. All right, and I do remember somebody won. And I believe you said it was their third time. Was that Virginia Tech, Joe?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. All right, Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech.
You're a first place winner.
You're now three-time and reigning school team champions, comprised of Perseverance, Nadior, Chris Cornwell, Mostly Genius RC, Sonic FPV, YCAF, and Bean Bastic. Three times your champions.
And oh wait, hold on. You got more to hold. Hold on. That's nothing.
This is like spinning.
Prize. There's another prize.
Wow.
There you go. There you go.
Taking long.
Yeah.
And okay. All right, Joe. I think. Oh, we got one more picture.
I'm on their team. I forgot. What are you talking about? Number one.
I think we got a convert. All right, everybody. Thank you. All right, Joe. That's all the awards and prizes we have to give out here. We are done, and back to you.
All right, thank you, Two Dog. Congratulations there. You saw your top three teams, your second runners-up, Northeastern University, your reserve champs, Oregon State University, and now your three-time and reigning team champs of the Collegiate Drone Racing Association, Virginia Tech, with another win. And a shout-out to our 2023 individual champ, Lou FPV, who started this party, winning Virginia Tech, winning in 2023, 2024, and now 2025. And of course, congratulations as well to our top three on our podium in individual racing. Long XL from University of Southern California, Virginia Tech's Bean Bastic, your reserve champion, and now your reigning two-time Collegiate Drone Racing Champion, Pino, helping Northeastern University hit the podium here again. Well, what an adventure it has been, this 2025 edition of the Collegiate Drone Racing Championship. Thanks to all of our cast, our crew, our volunteers, our voluntooleds, our sponsors as well. We look forward to many big events here on the MultiGP YouTube channel coming up. We have some adventures that we're going to be talking about very, very soon. And of course, our big countdown is on right now to the 2025 International Open, Muncie, Indiana, starting June 11th. That's 65 days, 15 hours, 45 minutes from right now. We will go green with 200, maybe 300 plus pilots at the world's largest drone race and party. And of course, our global qualifying season is on multigp.com for more information on how you can qualify to the 2025 MultiGP GQ Championship, our MultiGP Championship, or our Prospect Championship. Lots of racing to get to over 2025. Thank you for the pleasure of your company. This has been a big production from the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. We will see you at the next drone race. Have a pleasant rest of your weekend. We'll see you very soon.
This road is a winding road. You never know what is to come. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fading into memory with its good times and remember whens. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Staring into this mirror, the face that I see, so much has changed since then. But if you'd take the time to dig a little deeper, take a look in my eyes, you'd see life. You